Hello everyone, I'm Thomas, and I'm here to help you unwind and drift off tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep, so before you get too cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know in the comments, where are you from and what time is it as you're watching this? Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself relax. The yellow fog. The first thing I noticed when I arrived at St. Augustine's Artists' Commune wasn't the converted church's imposing Gothic spires, or the way its weather-darkened stone seemed to absorb the weak autumn light. It was the smell, an earthy, almost sweet decay that reminded me of compost and something else I couldn't quite place. I would later learn that the surrounding woods were famous for their mushrooms, but at that moment, standing in the perpetual drizzle with my suitcase and art supplies, the scent only made me wonder if I'd made a mistake accepting the residency. Marion Blackwood? A tall woman with silver-streaked hair emerged from behind the heavy wooden doors. I'm Diana Winthrop, the director. We spoke on the phone. Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes as she gestured for me to follow her inside. You're just in time for evening meditation. We ring the bells at sunset. The interior was darker than I expected, despite the rows of tall windows. Maybe it was the weather, that strange yellow-tinted fog that had followed me for the last few miles of my drive, or maybe it was the way the old church seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it. My boots echoed on the stone floor as Diana led me past what must have been the nave, now subdivided into individual studio spaces by hanging canvas partitions. Your studio is in the north transept, Diana said, her voice carrying that particular New England crispness that made everything sound like a gentle criticism. You'll find all the basic supplies, though I see you've brought your own. She glanced at my wrapped canvases with what might have been disapproval. I clutched my favorite brushes closer to my chest. Handmade sable that had cost 3 months' rent but were worth every penny for the way they seemed to anticipate my movements, extending my intent directly onto the canvas. I prefer to use my own tools, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. There was something about Diana that made me feel like I was back in art school, defending my thesis to a particularly unimpressed committee. Of course, she replied, though her tone suggested otherwise. We find that true artists can create with anything, but comfort is important for beginners. Before I could protest that I was hardly a beginner, I had a moderately successful gallery show just last year. A sound cut through the air that made my spine stiffen. It wasn't quite a bell, though that's what Diana had called it. It was deeper, more resonant, like someone had struck a massive tuning fork. The vibration seemed to travel through the stone floor and up into my bones. Ah, right on time, Diana said, checking her watch. 4:45. We keep to a strict schedule here. You'll learn to appreciate the routine. She turned to me with that same not-quite smile. Would you like to settle in first, or join us for meditation? My head was starting to ache, either from the drive or that strange bell tone that seemed to linger in the air. I think I'll unpack, I said. It was a long trip. As you wish. Was that disappointment in her voice? The others will be eager to meet you at dinner. We've heard so much about your unique perspective on sacred geometry. I watched her walk away, her footsteps impossibly quiet on the stone floor, and tried to remember if I'd mentioned sacred geometry in my application. I didn't think I had. My work dealt primarily with organic forms, particularly mushrooms and their mycelial networks. I'd been fascinated by their hidden connections ever since I'd found that fairy ring in my parents' backyard as a child. My assigned studio space was smaller than I'd expected, but the north-facing windows would provide good light, assuming the sun ever broke through the fog. Someone had already set up an easel and a basic set of supplies: student-grade acrylics, synthetic brushes, the kind of materials I hadn't used since undergraduate studies. But it was the canvas that drew my attention. A large square piece, already primed and stretched, positioned precisely in the center of the easel. I stepped closer, frowning. The surface wasn't completely white. In the dim light, I could make out faint lines, geometric patterns that seemed to shift when I tried to focus on them. They reminded me of the growth patterns of certain fungi, the way they spread underground in perfect mathematics. "Oh, don't mind that." The voice behind me made me jump. A young man stood in the doorway, pale and thin, with dark circles under his eyes that looked almost like bruises. "Sometimes the old works bleed through. I'm James, by the way. Studio next door." "Marion," I said, trying to calm my racing heart. "What do you mean, bleed through?" James shrugged, a jerky movement that reminded me of a puppet on strings. "This place has history. Art has memory. You'll see." He glanced over his shoulder, then leaned in closer. His breath smelled of earth and copper. "Just don't try to paint over them. It doesn't work. Trust me." Before I could ask what he meant, another bell tone filled the air, different from the first, higher, almost piercing. James straightened up as if pulled by invisible wires. "That's the second call. You should come to meditation. It helps with the dreams." "What dreams?" But he was already gone, his footsteps silent despite the stone floor. I turned back to the canvas, but in the fading light I couldn't make out the patterns anymore. Just white space, waiting to be filled. I spent the next hour unpacking, trying to arrange my space into something that felt like mine. The studio had a small attached bedroom, more of a cell really, with just enough room for a narrow bed and a dresser. The bathroom was shared down the hall. As I hung my clothes in the tiny closet, I noticed a faint discoloration on the wall behind it, spreading up from the baseboard like watercolor blooming on wet paper. In the yellow light filtering through the windows, it almost looked like it was moving. The third bell came just as I was setting up my paints. This one was different again, deeper than the first, but with harmonics that made my teeth ache. I had to grip the edge of the table until it passed, leaving behind a ringing in my ears and a metallic taste in my mouth. Dinner, it turned out, was served in what must have been the church's refectory, a long, narrow room with a vaulted ceiling that made every clink of cutlery echo. There were 12 other residents, I learned, though only 8 were at dinner that night. "The others are deep in their work," Diana explained from her place at the head of the table. "We don't disturb the process once it really takes hold." The food was simple but strange, mushroom soup that tasted both familiar and wrong somehow, and bread that had an odd yellow tinge to it. I found myself eating more than I meant to, though I wasn't particularly hungry. There was something compelling about the flavor, something that made me want to analyze it, break it down to its components. "It's the local fungi," said the woman next to me. Sarah, I thought her name was, though everyone had been introduced too quickly for me to keep track. "They have unique properties, perfect for artistic inspiration." She smiled, and I noticed a faint yellow stain at the corner of her mouth. "Diana forages them herself." I looked down at my bowl, suddenly less hungry. I didn't know mushrooms could be that color naturally. "Oh, nothing about them is natural," James said from across the table. "That's what makes them." He cut off abruptly as Diana cleared her throat. Perhaps we should discuss your work, Marion, Diana said smoothly. We're all very interested in your process. The way she said process made it sound like an accusation. I took a sip of water, trying to wash away the lingering taste of the soup. I work primarily with organic forms, I began, falling into my usual artist statement. I'm interested in the hidden connections between things, the networks that exist just below the surface. Yes, Diana interrupted. But what are you really looking for? The question caught me off guard. I'm not sure what you mean. Nobody comes to St. Augustine's by accident, Sarah said, her voice soft but intense. We're all searching for something, the truth beneath the truth, the pattern behind the pattern. I'm just here to work, I said. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't entirely true. There was something else, something that had drawn me to this place when I saw the residency listing. Something about the way the application had seemed to read my thoughts before I had them. Of course you are, Diana said, that not quite smile again. And work you shall, starting tomorrow. The morning bell rings at sunrise. That night I dreamed of mushrooms. They pushed up through the floorboards of my small room, pale and pulsing with their own inner light. In the dream, I watched them grow, fascinated by their geometric perfection. They formed patterns, circles, spirals, complex fractals that seemed to contain infinite depth. I wanted to paint them, to capture their impossible mathematics, but when I reached for my brushes, they squirmed in my hand like living things. I woke to the first bell of morning, my sheets damp with sweat despite the chill in the room. The dream clung to me like cobwebs, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw faint circles on the floor, glowing in the pre-dawn light. But when I blinked, they were gone. The fog was thicker than ever, pressing against the windows like something alive. Its yellow tint seemed stronger in the morning light, giving everything a jaundiced, sickly cast. I dressed quickly, shivering. The heat didn't seem to work properly in this part of the building, and made my way to the bathroom. The mirrors were all covered with cloth. When I tried to pull one down, I found it had been nailed in place. We find reflections distracting, said a voice behind me. I turned to see an older man I didn't remember from dinner. His eyes were the same yellow as the fog. Best to focus inward here. That's where the truth lies. I nodded as if this made perfect sense and hurried back to my studio. The canvas was waiting for me, those faint geometric patterns more visible in the morning light. They seemed to pulse slightly, like a heartbeat, though I told myself it must be a trick of the light. I set up my paints, laying out my brushes with careful precision. They were my touchstone, my connection to the real world of galleries and critics and normal artistic concerns. I picked up my favorite, the finest sable for detail work, and turned to the canvas. The patterns were gone. The surface was pristine white, as if newly primed. But when I moved my head slightly, I could see them again, just at the edge of my vision, like after images from staring at the sun. They do that, James said from the doorway. I hadn't heard him approach. They hide themselves until they're ready to be seen, like mushrooms before they fruit. There's nothing there, I said firmly, more to convince myself than him. It's just a blank canvas. He made that puppet jerk shrug again. If you say so. But you might want to try working with them instead of fighting them. It's easier that way. Less painful. Before I could ask what he meant, the second bell rang. This time the sound seemed to have color, a deep, pulsing yellow that matched the fog. I closed my eyes, but I could still see it behind my eyelids, forming those same geometric patterns I'd seen on the canvas. "Time for morning meditation," James said. His voice sounded distant, as if coming through water. "You should come. It helps with the adjustment." I wanted to refuse, to stay in my studio and start working on something normal, a still life maybe, or some preliminary sketches. But my feet were already moving, following James down the corridor to what had once been the church's main sanctuary. The other residents were already there, sitting in a circle on cushions. Diana stood in the center, holding something that looked like a bell, but wasn't quite. In the yellow light filtering through the windows, its surface seemed to ripple and flow. "Ah, Marian," she said, "I'm glad you decided to join us. Please sit. We were just about to begin today's visualization." I sat between James and Sarah, trying to ignore the way the floor seemed to pulse beneath me. Diana struck the not-quite bell, and the sound filled the space like liquid light. I felt it in my bones, in my teeth, behind my eyes. "Close your eyes," Diana instructed, "and look for the patterns. They're always there, just beneath the surface, waiting to be found." I closed my eyes, but I could still see geometric forms spinning and multiplying, mushrooms growing in perfect Fibonacci spirals, mycelial networks spreading like neural pathways. They were beautiful, terrifying, true. When I opened my eyes again, the room was empty except for Diana. The quality of light suggested hours had passed, though it couldn't have been more than minutes. Could it? "How do you feel?" Diana asked, helping me to my feet. My legs were stiff, as if I'd been sitting for much longer than a morning meditation. I tried to find words for the images still dancing behind my eyes. "I saw—" "Yes," she said. "You did. And now you're ready to begin your real work." I stumbled back to my studio, my head swimming with visions. The canvas was waiting for me, but it wasn't blank anymore. The patterns were clear now, impossible to ignore. They wanted to be painted, needed to be painted. I picked up my brush, my beautiful, expensive sable brush, and dipped it in yellow paint that I didn't remember mixing. The bristles writhed against my fingers like tiny tentacles, but that was fine. That was right. They knew what they wanted to paint, and I was just the vehicle. The work poured out of me like fever dreams. I painted mushrooms that grew in impossible geometries, their gills reflecting infinite recursions of themselves. I painted networks of mycelia that spelled out truths in mathematical languages I shouldn't have been able to understand. I painted the yellow fog as it really was, not weather at all, but the visible manifestation of something vast and patient and hungry. I painted until my brushes wore down to nubs, their sable bristles falling out like shed skin. I painted until my fingers bled, and then I painted with that too, because the patterns demanded red now, needed that iron-copper brightness to complete their equations. The bells rang, and I painted their sound. Diana brought me soup that tasted of secrets, and I painted its flavor. Sarah sat with me sometimes, whispering about the truth beneath the truth, and I painted her words in spirals that ate themselves. I don't know how long it's been. Time moves strangely here, measured only by the bells and the growth of mushrooms through the floorboards. Real ones now, not dreams. They glow with their own light just as I knew they would, and their patterns match exactly what I've painted. My newest brush is made from James's hair. He offered it himself after his own work was complete. I saw his final piece yesterday, or maybe last week. a masterwork of sacred geometry that had somehow captured the sound of all three bells combined. He won't need his hair anymore, he said. Where he's going, he won't need anything at all. I understand now why the mirrors are covered. We don't need to see our reflections to know how we've changed. I can feel the mushrooms growing inside me, their mycelia threading through my brain in perfect, beautiful patterns. Soon, my work will be complete too. I'm writing this because I found my old phone while looking for more red paint. It still works, though the screen keeps showing me geometric patterns that I need to paint right now. But I wanted to record this first, to explain to whoever finds it why I had to accept the residency, why I had to paint the truth, why we all did. The third bell is ringing. The yellow fog is very thick now, and the mushrooms are so beautiful, geometry made flesh, mathematics made real. Diana says I'm almost ready. One last painting, she says. One final pattern to complete the sequence. I can see it now, growing behind my eyes. It's so perfect, so true. I just need a little more red paint. The man at 3 a.m. There's something about working the graveyard shift that changes you. The world feels different at 3 a.m., like reality itself has grown thin and brittle. The fluorescent lights cast everything in an artificial glow that makes even the most mundane objects seem somehow wrong. I've worked the night shift at Pete's all-night diner for 3 years now, and I've grown accustomed to the peculiarities of the hours between midnight and dawn. Or at least, I thought I had. The regulars help make it bearable. Every night shift worker knows them. The insomniacs, the truckers, the night owls who treat 3 a.m. like it's the middle of the afternoon. You develop a rapport with them, learn their stories, their habits, their usual orders. They become familiar fixtures in your upside-down world. That's how it was with Earl. I remember the first time he came in, exactly 3 months after I started working nights. The bell above the door chimed at precisely 3 a.m., and he shuffled in wearing an old brown tweed jacket that had seen better days. His weathered face was kind, with crow's feet around his eyes that deepened when he smiled. He looked to be in his mid-70s, with wispy white hair and arthritis-gnarled hands that trembled slightly as he lowered himself into booth 7. "Coffee, black," he said, when I approached with my pad, "and maybe a friendly ear, if you've got one to spare." That was Earl, always looking for conversation. He became my most reliable regular, appearing every single night at exactly 3 a.m., ordering the same black coffee, and chatting with me until sunrise started to paint the sky in watercolor shades of pink and gold. He told me about his life, how he'd worked as a high school history teacher for 40 years before retiring. He spoke about his late wife, Margaret, with such tenderness it made my heart ache. They'd never had children, but he'd touched countless lives through his teaching. Sometimes he'd share stories about his students, his eyes lighting up as he recalled particularly memorable moments from his career. I found myself looking forward to his visits. On slow nights, and most nights were slow, we'd talk for hours. He asked about my own life with genuine interest, offering gentle advice when I mentioned my struggles with college classes or family drama. He reminded me of the grandfather I'd never known. "Life's too short to waste it being unhappy," he'd often say, wrapping his gnarled fingers around his coffee cup. "You've got to grab onto the good moments when they come along." This went on for nearly 3 years. Earl became as much a part of my nightly routine as brewing fresh coffee and wiping down tables. Even on my worst nights, his presence was comforting, reliable as the sunrise. Until last week. It was a particularly dead night, even by graveyard shift standards. A storm had rolled in around midnight, driving away even our usual handful of customers. The rain drummed against the windows, and thunder occasionally rattled the cheap fluorescent fixtures overhead. I'd just finished refilling the sugar dispensers when the bell chimed. I looked up, expecting to see Earl's familiar silhouette. Instead, a middle-aged woman hurried in, shaking water from her umbrella. She looked vaguely familiar, though I couldn't place where I might have seen her before. "Terrible night to be out," she said, settling into booth 4. "Could I get a coffee and a slice of apple pie?" I brought her order, and she asked if I could sit for a moment. The diner was empty, so I slid into the booth across from her. "I used to come here with my father when I was young," she said, stirring cream into her coffee. "Back in the 80s. He loved this place, said it reminded him of the diners he'd gone to in his youth. We'd come every Sunday after church." She glanced around the dining room, her expression nostalgic. "It hasn't changed much." "We get a lot of regulars," I said. "Some have been coming here for decades." She nodded, then reached into her purse and pulled out what looked like an old newspaper clipping, yellowed with age. "That's actually why I'm here. I saw something online about this place and it reminded me of this article. I thought the current owners might want it for their wall of memorabilia." She slid the paper across the table. It was a local newspaper article dated March 15, 1993. The headline read, "Local Educator Remembered Fondly." Below it was a photo that made my blood run cold. It was Earl. The article detailed the passing of Earl Henderson, beloved history teacher at Lincoln High School, who had died of a heart attack while having his nightly coffee at Pete's All-Night Diner in Booth 7 at 3 a.m. 30 years ago. My hands started shaking as I read the article. The description was unmistakable: the tweed jacket, the gentle demeanor, his 40-year teaching career. They'd even interviewed his former students who spoke about his kindness and dedication to teaching. One mentioned how he'd lost his wife Margaret to cancer a few years prior. "Are you all right, dear? You've gone pale." I couldn't speak. My eyes darted to booth 7, where Earl should have been sitting at that very moment. It was empty, the vinyl seats gleaming dully under the fluorescent lights. "That's impossible," I finally managed to whisper. "Earl comes in every night. He's been coming in for 3 years. I just talked to him yesterday." The woman's expression shifted from concern to something else. Fear, pity. "Earl Henderson was my father's favorite teacher," she said quietly. "Dad used to bring me here because this was where Mr. Henderson had his heart attack. Said he wanted me to know about the man who'd inspired him to become a teacher himself." She paused, studying my face. "That was 30 years ago. I was 12. I pushed the article back toward her, my hands trembling so badly I nearly knocked over her coffee. "This is some kind of joke. It has to be. Earl is real. He's as real as you are." But even as I said it, details began clicking into place like tumblers in a lock. How Earl never ordered food, only coffee. How no other customers ever seemed to notice or interact with him. How he appeared and disappeared so precisely at 3 a.m., never varying by even a minute. How the coffee in his cup never seemed to diminish, no matter how long he sat there. The woman left shortly after, leaving the article behind despite my protests. I spent the rest of my shift in a daze, jumping at every shadow, every creak of the old building settling. When 3 a.m. rolled around, I found myself staring at booth 7, hardly daring to breathe. The bell chimed. Earl shuffled in, wearing his familiar brown tweed jacket. He smiled at me, crow's feet crinkling around his eyes, and settled into booth 7. "Coffee black," he said. and maybe a friendly ear, if you've got one to spare. I stood frozen behind the counter, the newspaper article burning a hole in my apron pocket. Earl's smile faltered slightly. "Everything all right, dear? You look like you've seen a ghost." That was 2 weeks ago. I've been working every night since then, watching Earl appear and disappear like clockwork. Sometimes I convince myself the article was a hoax, that the woman was playing some elaborate prank. But deep down, I know the truth. The thing is, I don't know what to do with this knowledge. Earl is still Earl, still kind, still interested in my life, still offering gentle wisdom and companionship through the long, dark hours of the night shift. But now I notice things I didn't before. How the temperature drops slightly when he's present. How his coffee cup never leaves rings on the table. How sometimes when he thinks I'm not looking, his image seems to flicker like a bad TV signal. I've started doing research during my off hours. I learned that Earl Henderson really did teach history at Lincoln High from 1953 to 1993. His wife Margaret died of breast cancer in 1990. Former students described him as one of the most inspiring teachers they'd ever had. And yes, he died of a heart attack in booth 7 of Pete's All-Night Diner on March 15, 1993, at exactly 3 a.m. What the articles don't mention is that he's still there every night, ordering his coffee and dispensing wisdom to lonely night shift workers. Last night I finally worked up the courage to confront him. I walked up to booth 7 at 2:59 a.m., the newspaper article clutched in my hand. The bell chimed at 3 a.m. right on schedule, and Earl appeared in his usual spot. Before he could give his usual order, I placed the article on the table in front of him. He didn't look surprised. He didn't look at the article at all. Instead, he looked at me with those kind eyes, now filled with an ancient sadness that made my chest ache. "Sit down, dear," he said softly. "I suppose we should talk." I slid into the booth across from him, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The vinyl seat was ice cold. "How long have you known?" I asked. "That I'm dead?" He smiled sadly. "Since the moment it happened, right here in this booth. One minute I was enjoying my coffee, thinking about the lesson plans for the next day, and the next..." He gestured vaguely. "But that's not what you're really asking, is it? Why are you here? Why can I see you? Why me?" Earl was quiet for a long moment, his gnarled fingers wrapped around his eternally full coffee cup. "Do you remember what I told you the first night we met? About why I became a teacher?" I nodded. "You said you wanted to help guide young people through the confusing parts of life." "That's right. And that desire, that need to help, to guide, to listen, it didn't go away just because my heart gave out." He leaned forward slightly. "This diner, it's a special place, especially during the night shift. Reality is different at 3 a.m. The barriers between what is and what was become permeable. And sometimes, if someone needs guidance badly enough..." "But I don't," I protested. "I mean, yes, the night shift can be lonely, but I'm fine. I'm not in any kind of trouble." Earl's expression turned grave. "Aren't you?" That's when the bottom dropped out of my world, because suddenly I remembered. I remembered the night 3 months before I first met Earl, the night I'd stood on the roof of my apartment building, looking down at the street below, wondering if anyone would miss me if I just stepped off. The night I'd decided to walk instead, ending up at Pete's All-Night Diner, asking if they were hiring. I remembered how close I'd been to giving up on college, on my dreams, on everything. until Earl started encouraging me, helping me see a future worth fighting for. I remembered all the nights I'd thought about relapsing, about calling my old dealer, about throwing away 3 years of sobriety, until Earl's steady presence and quiet wisdom helped me through the craving. "Oh," I whispered. "Sometimes," Earl said gently, "the people who say they're fine are the ones who need help the most. Sometimes they just need someone to listen, to care, to remind them that they matter." He smiled. "That's what teachers do after all, even dead ones. Are there others? Other ghosts?" "Here and there. We all have our purposes, our reasons for lingering. Some are malevolent, angry, stuck in patterns of hatred or revenge. But some of us," he shrugged, "some of us just want to help. Why are you telling me this now? Why let me know the truth?" "Because you're ready. You're stronger now than you were 3 years ago. You've built a life worth living. You don't need me anymore." He paused, then added, "And because there's someone else who needs me now." As if on cue, the bell above the door chimed. A young woman walked in, her eyes red from crying, her shoulders slumped with defeat. She looked exactly like I had 3 years ago. "Will I ever see you again?" I asked. But when I turned back to booth 7, Earl was gone. The newspaper article sat alone on the table, and even that was beginning to yellow and curl at the edges, as if aging decades in minutes. The young woman settled into booth 4, staring blankly at the laminated menu. I watched as Earl materialized in the seat across from her, his kind eyes crinkling at the corners. "Coffee black," he said, "and maybe a friendly ear if you've got one to spare." I understood then that my time with Earl was over. He had saved me when I needed saving, guided me when I needed guidance. Now it was someone else's turn. But the story doesn't end there. Because now I notice things I never noticed before. The way certain customers seem to flicker at the edges, like old film. The way some regulars never seem to interact with anyone but their chosen companion. The way the temperature fluctuates in specific booths at specific times. "Reality is different at 3 a.m., Earl had said. "The barriers become permeable." I've started keeping a journal, documenting the patterns. The woman in booth 12 who appears every Tuesday at 1:47 a.m., ordering tea she never drinks while listening to young mothers cry about their troubles. The elderly couple in booth 3 who materialize every Friday at 4:15 a.m., offering comfort to grieving widows and widowers. The young man at the counter who shows up at 2:22 a.m. on the 1st of every month, helping lost souls find their way home. They're all around us, these guardian ghosts, these spectral mentors. They find the people who need them most, who are crying out for help in ways too quiet for the living to hear. They listen, they guide, they save. And sometimes, if you're very lucky, or perhaps very desperate, they'll join you for coffee at 3 a.m. But here's the thing that truly terrifies me, the reason I can't sleep anymore, the truth that makes my hands shake as I write this. Last night, a young man came in looking lost and broken. Before Earl could appear, I found myself walking to his booth. I sat down across from him, feeling a strange chill settle over me. "Coffee, Black," I heard myself say, "and maybe a friendly ear if you've got one to spare." The words came naturally, as if I'd been saying them for decades. The young man looked up, his eyes filled with tears, and began to talk. And that's when I realized I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen my reflection in the diner's windows. I couldn't remember the last time another customer had spoken to me directly. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt warm. I've been working the night shift at Pete's all-night diner for 3 years now. Or maybe it's been 30. Maybe I never left that rooftop after all. Maybe I just found a different way to fall. The bell above the door chimes. It's 3 a.m. Time to get back to work. After all, someone out there needs a friendly ear. And the night shift is long, so very, very long. The collection. My sister Sarah was always the rational one between us. She had explanations for everything. The creaks in old houses were just settling foundations, shadows in corners were tricks of light, and strange noises at night were inevitably raccoons or the neighbor's cat. That's why what happened to her shook me so deeply. When someone that grounded starts to unravel, it makes you question everything you thought you knew about reality. It started with a phone call at 3:47 a.m. on a Tuesday in late October. I remember checking the time because my first thought was that something had happened to our parents. But when I answered, Sarah's voice was different than I'd ever heard it, tight and thin, like she was trying to speak without moving her lips. "Jenny, are you awake?" she whispered, though she'd obviously woken me with the call. "I am now," I said, sitting up in bed. "What's wrong?" "I need you to come over. Please, I know it's late, but—" She broke off, and I heard a sharp intake of breath. "Something's happening and I can't. I just need you here. Please." The tremor in her voice had me already reaching for clothes before she finished speaking. "I'll be there in 20 minutes. Did you call the police?" "No!" The word came out too loud, almost frantic. "No police, just you. And Jenny, bring candles. As many as you can find." "Candles? Sarah, what?" "Please, the power's out and I can't. I need light. Real light. From flame." She hung up before I could ask anything else. I threw on jeans and a sweater, grabbed my emergency kit with flashlights and batteries, and then, remembering her odd request, dug through my kitchen drawers until I found some half-used taper candles from last Christmas's dinner party. The whole time, my hands wouldn't stop shaking. Sarah had always been my rock, the successful architect who approached everything with calm logic. Hearing real fear in her voice felt fundamentally wrong, like gravity suddenly working sideways. The streets were empty on the drive to her condo, wet with recent rain and reflecting the yellow streetlights. I kept checking my rearview mirror, though I couldn't have said what I was looking for. When I pulled into her complex, I noticed immediately that her building wasn't actually dark. Lights glowed in most windows, including hers on the 3rd floor. The power definitely wasn't out. I used my spare key to let myself in, calling her name softly as I entered. The condo was freezing, much colder than the October night outside. My breath clouded in front of me as I moved through her usually immaculate living room, now cluttered with open books and scattered papers. The air had a sharp, mineral smell, like old pennies. "Sarah? In here." Her voice came from the spare bedroom she used as a home office. When I pushed open the door, I found her sitting cross-legged in the center of the room, surrounded by a circle of lit tea lights. She didn't look up when I entered, just kept staring at something in her lap. A worn shoebox with familiar department store lettering faded on the sides. "The power's not actually out," I said, stepping carefully around her candles. "Want me to turn on the lights?" She shook her head sharply. "They don't work right anymore. The electrical light, it bends wrong, makes things look different than they are." Her fingers were white-knuckled where they gripped the shoebox. "Did you bring candles?" I held up my sad collection of old tapers. "What's going on, Sarah? You're scaring me." Finally, she looked up at me. Her face was pale and drawn, dark circles under her eyes like bruises. I found something at work, in the Madison Project. The Madison Project, she'd mentioned it before, a historic renovation downtown her firm was handling, some old warehouse being converted into luxury apartments. What do you mean, found something? We were doing the initial walkthrough documenting the existing conditions. There was this space that didn't make sense. A room that shouldn't have been there based on the blueprints. She swallowed hard. It was small, maybe 8 by 10 feet. No windows, no obvious purpose. Just bare concrete walls and this. She tapped the shoebox, sitting in the exact center of the floor. And you just took it? I asked, lowering myself to sit across from her. I had to. The others couldn't see it, the room or the box. They walked right past the doorway like it wasn't there. I thought I was losing my mind at first, tried to point it out to my project manager, but his eyes just slid away, like there was something his brain refused to process. She drew a shaky breath. So I went back after everyone left. I told myself I just needed to prove it was real, take some photos, document it properly. But when I opened the door again, the room was different, smaller, and the box, it was closer to the door than before, like it had moved while no one was watching. A draft whispered through the room, making the candle flames dance. Sarah's face twitched at the movement of shadows. I should have left it there, but I couldn't stop thinking about it, about what would happen if the construction crew found it, not knowing what it was. So I took it home, thinking I'd figure out who it belonged to, where it came from. She laughed, a hollow sound. That was 4 days ago. I haven't slept since. What's in it? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. Her hands tightened on the box. At first, I thought they were fake. You know those plastic novelty teeth you can buy at Halloween? But they're real. Human teeth. Hundreds of them. Adult and baby teeth, some still with bits of root attached. And they're active. Active? What does that mean? Instead of answering, she carefully lifted the lid. The mineral smell grew stronger, making my nose sting. Inside, yellowed teeth of all sizes were packed tightly together, filling the box nearly to the brim. As I stared, trying to process what I was seeing, I noticed something that made my skin crawl. Tiny movements, like ripples through grain, as the teeth shifted against each other. They move more in the dark, Sarah said quietly, and they respond to things. Watch. She lifted one of my candles and slowly moved it to the left. As the light shifted, the teeth subtly rolled in that direction, like iron filings following a magnet. They follow the flame, but electronic light makes them agitated, aggressive. The first night, I had my desk lamp on while I was examining them, and they started vibrating, chattering against each other, getting faster and faster until... She pulled up her sleeve, revealing a series of small, crescent-shaped scars on her forearm. They jumped. Just a few at first, then more and more like popcorn kernels hitting the lid. I barely got the box closed in time. That's when I noticed the temperature drops. It gets colder the more active they are. And sometimes when it's really quiet, I can hear whispers, like hundreds of tiny voices speaking just below the threshold of hearing. I wanted to tell her she was sleep-deprived, imagining things, but I could see the teeth moving with my own eyes, rolling gently toward the candlelight, and the longer I looked, the more I noticed other strange details. How some seemed to have impossible angles and edges, how the shadows they cast didn't quite match their shapes. We need to get rid of it, I said firmly. Throw it away, bury it, whatever. Sarah shook her head. I tried, drove out to the state park, hiked way off the trail, and buried it deep. But when I got home, it was here on my desk. Tried throwing it in a dumpster across town. Same thing. Even tried burning it, but the flames just curved around it, like they were afraid to touch it. She looked up at me with bloodshot eyes. And now I think they're getting stronger. The whispers are getting clearer. Sometimes I catch words, fragments of sentences. They want something, Jenny. They're waiting for something. And I think, her voice cracked, I think they're starting to affect my own teeth. She opened her mouth, and I had to stifle a gasp. Her teeth, normally straight from years of childhood braces, were subtly misaligned. Some seemed longer than they should be, others tilted at odd angles. As I watched in horror, I could have sworn I saw one of her molars shift slightly in its socket. Jesus, Sarah, we need to get you to a doctor. No. She grabbed my arm. No doctors, no authorities. I've been researching, trying to figure out what this is. I found references, old stories about objects like this, collections of things that shouldn't be collected, gathered for purposes that human minds can't comprehend. If the wrong people find out about it, she shuddered. We have to contain it ourselves. The candles help. Fire is pure somehow, keeps them calm. But it's not enough anymore. They're getting stronger every night, and I can't stay awake forever. As if in response to her words, a stronger draft swept through the room, extinguishing several tea lights. Immediately, the temperature plunged. My fingers went numb with cold, and my breath came out in thick white clouds. From the shoebox came a sound like sand shifting, but with an underlying rhythm that was almost like language. Sarah's hands were shaking as she tried to relight the candles. No, no, she muttered. Not now. Please, not now. The remaining flames flickered and died, plunging us into darkness. In the sudden quiet, I could hear it clearly. Hundreds of tiny voices speaking in overlapping whispers, growing louder by the second. The shadows seemed to thicken, becoming almost solid around us. And beneath it all was a steady, rhythmic clicking, like thousands of teeth chattering in perfect synchronization. Sarah? I reached for where I'd last seen her, but my hand passed through empty, freezing air. Sarah. Her voice came from somewhere to my left, tight with panic. The candles, Jenny. Light them, please. You have to. The whispers rose to a fever pitch, drowning out her words. I fumbled with my lighter, hands trembling so badly I could barely work the flame. As soon as it caught, I saw Sarah sprawled on her back, hands clasped over her mouth, eyes wide with terror. The shoebox had tipped over. Teeth skittered across the hardwood floor like hail moving with terrible purpose. They seemed different now, sharper, more numerous than before, with impossible geometries that hurt my eyes to look at. As I watched, frozen in horror, they began to flow together, merging and transforming into larger shapes that clicked and chattered as they moved. I grabbed Sarah's arm and pulled her to her feet. Run! We bolted from the room, slamming the door behind us. Through the wood, I could hear that awful clicking getting closer, accompanied by a sound like hundreds of tiny feet scuttling across the floor. Sarah fumbled with her car keys. We have to go, have to get out of here. But when she opened her mouth to speak, I saw that her teeth were moving, writhing in her gums like living things trying to escape. She saw my expression and reached up to touch her mouth. When her fingers came away, they were streaked with blood. The next few hours are fragmented in my memory. I remember somehow getting Sarah to the emergency room, babbling something about a fall, a dental accident. I remember the doctors' confused faces as they examined her, how they kept redoing x-rays because the images wouldn't come out clearly. And I remember Sarah's last words to me before they took her back for emergency surgery. "Don't let them find the box." I drove back to her condo as sunrise was turning the sky a sickly gray. The spare bedroom door was still closed. When I finally worked up the courage to open it, I found the room empty. No teeth, no box, just scattered candle stubs and Sarah's research papers. But the mineral smell lingered, and the temperature was still unnaturally cold. That was 3 weeks ago. Sarah is different now. The doctor said the surgery went well, but she had to have all her teeth removed. The dentures don't fit quite right, they say, though they can't explain why. She doesn't talk about what happened, doesn't seem to remember most of it. Sometimes I catch her running her tongue over her artificial teeth with an expression I can't read. I've been going through her research notes, trying to understand what she found. There are patterns emerging, similar stories scattered through history, always involving collections of things that shouldn't be collected, always with witnesses who either disappeared or changed fundamentally after their encounters. The locations vary, but they're always spaces that shouldn't exist, rooms that appear and disappear, doors that lead somewhere different each time they're opened. I haven't seen the box again, but I know it's still out there. Sometimes at night, I wake up to a familiar mineral smell and the sound of tiny whispers just below the threshold of hearing. My dentist says my teeth are fine, perfectly normal, but I catch glimpses sometimes in the mirror, moments where they don't look quite right, moments where they seem to move when I'm not watching directly. I keep candles with me now, all the time. Fire helps, just like Sarah said. Keeps the whispers at bay, keeps my teeth feeling solid and real in their sockets. But I can't help wondering, what happens when the candles burn out? What happens when the flame isn't enough anymore? And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder about that empty room in the Madison building. I wonder if it's still there, appearing and disappearing, waiting for someone else to find what was left behind. I wonder what's inside it now. Because the thing that terrifies me most, the thought that keeps me awake at night, is this. What if the box we found wasn't the only one? What if it was just the first? What if somewhere out there, in spaces that shouldn't exist, other collections are waiting to be discovered? Collections of fingers, of eyes, of tongues. I try not to think about it. I try to focus on taking care of Sarah, on keeping the candles lit, on pretending everything is normal. But late at night, when the shadows grow thick and the whispers start again, I find myself running my tongue over my teeth, counting them, making sure they're all still mine. And I wonder how long it will be before they're not. The library books, the shelving cart's wheels squeaked with each rotation, echoing through the empty stacks of Wallace University Library. At 11:45 p.m. I was the only soul left in the building, save for the security guard who occasionally made his rounds. My student job as a late-night library assistant wasn't glamorous, but the solitude suited me. Plus, the quiet hours gave me time to work on my thesis between reshelving books and maintaining the catalog system. Tonight was different, though. The air felt heavier somehow, charged with an electricity I couldn't explain. Maybe it was the approaching storm. I could hear thunder rumbling in the distance, growing closer with each passing minute. Or maybe it was because I'd ventured into the library's oldest section. a maze of towering shelves in the basement level that hardly anyone visited anymore. The basement housed the university's special collections and archives dating back to the institution's founding in 1873. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, creating strange shadows that danced across the spines of leather-bound volumes. My cart's squeaking wheels seemed louder down here, bouncing off the concrete walls in an unsettling rhythm. I checked my tablet, reviewing the list of books that needed reshelving. According to the system, there were 3 volumes that belonged in section H7, deep in the archives. As I pushed my cart down the narrow aisle, the metal shelves loomed over me like silent sentinels. The air grew noticeably colder, and I pulled my cardigan tighter around my shoulders. That's when I noticed something odd. The books in this section didn't follow the library's standard cataloging system. Instead of the usual call numbers, these volumes had dates etched into their spines in fading gold leaf: 1923, 1947, 1952, and so on. Curiosity got the better of me, and I pulled one from the shelf, a dark red leather-bound book dated 1968. The moment my fingers touched the cover, a chill ran down my spine. The leather felt wrong somehow, too soft, too supple, as if it were still alive. I opened it carefully and my breath caught in my throat. It wasn't just a book, it was a biography. The title page read, Margaret Ann Sullivan, 1950-1968, student of Wallace University. My hands trembling slightly, I began to read. The book contained every detail of Margaret's life, from her childhood in rural Maine to her acceptance at Wallace University as a promising art student. Photos were interspersed throughout the text. Margaret as a toddler, at her high school graduation, in her dorm room. The final entry was dated October 15, 1968. Margaret leaves the library at 11:52 p.m. after a late-night study session. She is never seen again. I slammed the book shut, my heart pounding. This had to be some kind of sick joke, but as I looked along the shelf, I realized there were dozens more just like it. Each volume chronicled the life and disappearance of a Wallace University student. Some dated back to the 1800s, while others were more recent. The most disturbing part? None of these cases appeared in any official university records or local news archives that I could remember, despite my extensive research for my thesis on the university's history. Thunder crashed overhead, closer now, and the lights flickered ominously. I should have left right then, should have run upstairs and never looked back, but something compelled me to keep pulling books from the shelf, reading fragments of lives that had vanished without a trace. James Cooper, 1892, Elizabeth Chen, 1934, Michael Rodriguez, 2001. Each story ended the same way, with a late-night visit to the library, followed by disappearance. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped the next book I grabbed. This one was newer, its leather cover still glossy and unmarked by time. The date on the spine read 2022. As I opened it, a photograph slipped out and fluttered to the floor. I picked it up, and the world seemed to tilt on its axis. It was me. The biography began with my birth in Seattle, Washington, on April 12, 2000. It detailed my parents' divorce when I was 7, my struggle with anxiety in high school, my acceptance to Wallace University on a full academic scholarship. Every major moment of my life was documented in precise detail, things no one else could possibly know. My first panic attack in 3rd grade, the time I shoplifted a candy bar when I was 12 and never told anyone, the real reason I broke up with my high school boyfriend. The last dated entry was from yesterday. I read about myself working the late shift at the library, just as I had done countless times before. But after that, the remaining pages were blank, waiting to be filled. I checked my phone with trembling fingers. 11:47 p.m., the same time most of the other students had vanished. Panic clawed at my throat as I shoved the book back onto the shelf. I had to get out of here, had to tell someone about what I'd found. But as I turned to leave, my cart's wheel caught on something, a loose tile in the floor. I stumbled, catching myself against the shelves. The impact sent several books tumbling to the ground, their pages splaying open like broken wings. As I bent to pick them up, something caught my eye. The blank pages in my biography were no longer empty. New words had appeared, written in a flowing script that was still wet with dark ink. Emma discovers the collection at 11:45 p.m. Her hands shake as she reads her own biography, refusing to believe what she sees. At 11:47 p.m., she attempts to leave but trips on a loose tile. As she kneels to collect the fallen books, she notices new words appearing on her previously blank pages. My blood ran cold. Someone, or something, was writing my story in real time. I abandoned the fallen books and ran for the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the empty stacks. But when I reached the stairwell, the door wouldn't budge. I pulled harder, the metal handle cold against my sweating palms. It was locked. Impossible. These doors couldn't be locked. It was a fire code violation. I grabbed my phone to call campus security, but there was no signal. Of course there wasn't. I was in the basement, surrounded by feet of concrete and decades of secrets. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and then, with a sharp crack, went out completely. In the sudden darkness, I heard something that made my heart stop, the soft whisper of pages turning. It came from everywhere and nowhere at once, like dozens of invisible hands leafing through dozens of invisible books. The sound grew louder, accompanied by a rustling that reminded me of dry autumn leaves skittering across pavement. I fumbled for my phone's flashlight, my fingers clumsy with fear. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the narrow aisle where I'd found my biography. The books were moving. Their covers were opening and closing on their own, pages fluttering as if caught in a wind I couldn't feel. And in the gaps between the volumes, I saw something that defied explanation. Faces pressed against the spaces where books had been removed. Dozens of faces, their features distorted, as if viewed through murky water. I recognized them from the photographs in the biographies. Margaret Sullivan's artistic eyes, now hollow and dark. James Cooper's distinguished mustache, now twisted in a grotesque grimace. Elizabeth Chen's beautiful smile now stretched too wide across her face. They were all there, watching me with hungry expressions that spoke of decades spent in the darkness between pages. The rustling grew louder, and I saw hands beginning to emerge from between the books, pale, grasping things with elongated fingers and too many joints. They reached for me with desperate urgency, and I could hear voices now, whispering in a cacophony of different accents and eras. Stay with us. Help us complete our stories. We've been so lonely. Join our collection. I ran like I'd never run before, deeper into the maze of shelves because the stairs were blocked. My phone's flashlight beam bounced wildly off the metal shelves, creating strobing shadows that seemed to move with malevolent purpose. Behind me, I could hear the sound of dozens of footsteps, some in heavy boots, others in delicate heels, all pursuing me with relentless determination. The voices grew louder, closer. They were calling my name now, using details from my biography to try to draw me in. They knew everything about me, my fears, my dreams, my deepest secrets. I took random turns, hoping to lose them in the labyrinth of books, but they seemed to know exactly where I was going. I rounded a corner and found myself in a dead end. The beam of my flashlight illuminated a wall of newer-looking books, their spines blank except for dates that hadn't happened yet. 2025, 2026, 2027, stretching decades into the future. Future collections. Future victims. The footsteps and whispers surrounded me now. I turned to face them, pressing my back against the shelf of future biographies. In the dim light of my phone, I could see them approaching. A crowd of figures wearing clothes from every decade of the past century and a half. Their faces were wrong, somehow both solid and transparent, like double-exposed photographs. Some of them flickered like bad television reception. Others moved with the jerky motion of old film reels. Margaret Sullivan was at the front of the crowd, her 1960s dress stained with something dark that might have been ink or might have been something worse. She held my biography in her hands, its pages still blank from the current moment forward. "Your story isn't complete," she said, her voice crackling like ancient paper. "None of our stories are complete, but you can help us finish them. All of us, together forever, adding to the collection." "I don't want to be part of your story," I said, my voice shaking. "I want to write my own." Margaret smiled, and her teeth were sharp and dark, like rows of fountain pen nibs. "But don't you see? You already are part of it. You always have been. From the moment you first stepped into this library as a freshman, your biography began writing itself, just like ours did." The other figures pressed closer, their hands reaching for me. I could see the similarities in their faces now, not in their features, but in their expressions. They all shared the same desperate hunger, the same longing for completion. They had all been students once, drawn to the knowledge contained in these shelves, only to become part of a different kind of collection entirely. "Time works differently here," Elizabeth Chen whispered, her voice like crackling vellum. "In here, we're always in the moment of discovery, always reading our stories for the first time, always trying to change the ending." "But the ending never changes," James Cooper added, his antiquated diction carrying the weight of decades. "Not until we find someone new to join us, someone to add their story to ours." They were almost upon me now. I could feel the cold emanating from their bodies, smell the musty odor of old books and dried ink. My phone's flashlight began to flicker, its battery dying at the worst possible moment. In the strobing light, I saw Margaret raise my biography, its pages now glowing with the same sickly luminescence as her skin. "It's time to complete your chapter," she said. The lights went out completely. In the darkness, I felt their hands on me, cold, paper-dry fingers wrapping around my arms, my legs, my throat. They were pulling me forward, and I could feel myself beginning to change. My skin was becoming like paper, my blood turning to ink, my thoughts reorganizing themselves into neat paragraphs and chapters. But then I heard something that made everyone freeze. The distinct beep of a keycard reader, followed by the heavy door at the top of the stairs opening. Flashlight beams cut through the darkness, accompanied by voices. "Emma, are you down here? Your car's still in the parking lot." It was Carlos, the security guard, probably making his final rounds before midnight. The figures holding me hissed like pages caught in a draft, their grips loosening slightly. I took my chance and kicked out hard, feeling their paper-thin forms tear apart around me. I ran toward the flashlight beams, toward reality and solidity and life. "I'm here!" I screamed. "Help me!" Behind me I heard the sound of books slamming shut, of pages rushing back into place, of stories retreating into their bindings. The figures were dissolving, returning to their shelf-bound prison as the light of the real world intruded on their domain. I burst out of the stacks just as Carlos reached the bottom of the stairs. He caught me as I stumbled, his solid warmth a sharp contrast to the cold, papery touches I'd just escaped. "Whoa, easy there. Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I wanted to tell him everything, about the biographies, the faces in the shelves, the hands reaching out from between books. But when I looked back, the section where I'd found the collection was just another dark aisle of normal-looking books. Had I imagined it all? But then I saw something that made my blood run cold. As Carlos led me up the stairs, I glanced down at my hands. There, in the harsh fluorescent light of the stairwell, I could see that my skin had a different texture now. If you looked closely, very closely, you could see that it was crossed with faint lines, like pages in a book. I quit my job at the library that night, switched to remote classes for the rest of the semester, but I can't escape the feeling that my story isn't over. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I hear the whisper of turning pages. Sometimes I catch glimpses of familiar faces in mirrors or windows. Margaret, Elizabeth, James, all watching me with their hungry, patient expressions. And sometimes when I look at my reflection, I see my features beginning to blur, like words losing their clarity on an aging page. Because the truth is, you can't escape a story once you've become part of it. You can only hope to control the ending. The children's footprints. I never wanted to be the night security guard at Oak Brook Elementary. The pay was decent enough, but something about schools after dark always unsettled me. Empty hallways that should be filled with children's laughter. Abandoned classrooms with chairs stacked on desks like tiny tombstones. It all felt wrong somehow. But I needed the work, and Oak Brook was desperate for someone to take the position after the last 3 guards quit within weeks of starting. I should have asked why. The school itself was brand new, all gleaming windows and fresh paint, built on the foundations of the old Oak Brook that had burned down in 1964. The townsfolk didn't talk much about the fire. When I asked around during my first week, people would get this strange, distant look in their eyes and change the subject. I eventually pieced together that it had happened during school hours, but beyond that, the details seemed deliberately buried. My first month on the job was uneventful. I'd make my rounds every couple of hours, checking doors and windows, occasionally shooing away teenagers trying to break in on a dare. The nights were long and quiet, filled only with the subtle creaks and groans of the building settling. Then the first snow fell. I remember that night clearly, December 12th, just past midnight. The weather forecast had predicted a heavy snowfall, and they weren't wrong. I watched from the security office as thick flakes drifted down, coating the playground equipment in pristine white. The fluorescent lights from the building cast long shadows across the untouched snow, creating an almost ethereal scene. At 2 a.m., I did my usual round. Nothing seemed out of place until I reached the east wing. Through the wall-length windows, something caught my eye in the snow. Footprints, small ones, like those of young children, leading away from the building's wall. My first thought was that some kids had snuck onto the property, but that made no sense. The snow had only started falling an hour ago, and I'd been watching the security cameras the whole time. No one had approached the building. I radioed it in and went outside to investigate. The temperature had dropped well below freezing, and my breath came out in thick clouds as I followed the tracks with my flashlight. They led from the wall, not from any door or window, but straight from the solid brick wall, out to the playground. Then they just stopped, mid-stride, as if whoever had made them had simply vanished into thin air. I checked the security footage later that night. Nothing. The cameras showed the snow falling undisturbed, then suddenly, between one frame and the next, the footprints appeared. I convinced myself it was some kind of trick of the light, or maybe wind patterns in the snow. But the next night, it happened again, and the next, always in different places, always leading from the building's walls, always vanishing without explanation. The maintenance staff started refusing to come in early to shovel the walks until after sunrise. They said they could hear things in the pre-dawn darkness, children laughing, the sound of running feet, sometimes crying. But when they'd look, there was never anyone there. I started doing research into the old school's history. The fire in '64 had made the national news, though most of the articles were frustratingly vague. It had started in the basement, they said, spreading so quickly that parts of the building collapsed before the fire department could respond. The death toll was never officially confirmed. That's when the dreams started. They always began the same way. I'd be doing my rounds, checking the halls like usual, when I'd hear singing. A children's song, something old and familiar that I could never quite place. I'd follow the sound down to the basement where the old foundation stones were still visible beneath the new construction. The singing would get louder, and I'd realize it was coming from behind one of the walls. Then the screaming would start. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, the phantom smell of smoke in my nostrils. The dreams felt so real that sometimes I'd have to check my uniform for scorch marks. Last week they started the final phase of construction on the new gymnasium. The excavators were digging out the last section of the old basement when they found it, a room that hadn't appeared on any of the original blueprints. It had been sealed off with concrete, hidden behind one of the foundation walls. Inside, they found small shoes, dozens of them, blackened with smoke but still recognizable, and scratches on the inside of the door, desperate, frantic scratches that spoke of unimaginable terror. The official story in 1964 had been that the fire started accidentally, but I've seen the police reports they dug up from the archived evidence. They found accelerant residue around the basement door. The lock had been engaged from the outside. Someone had trapped those children down there, leaving them to suffocate in the smoke while the building burned around them. That's when the footprints changed. They stopped leading out to the playground. Now they all lead to the construction site, to the exposed foundation where that hidden room was found. Every morning, there are more of them, dozens of tiny tracks in the snow, all converging on that one spot. Last night, I heard the singing again. Only this time, I wasn't dreaming. It was coming from the basement. I know I should quit. 3 other guards already have, and I understand why now. But I can't shake the feeling that I'm meant to be here, that there's something I need to understand. The construction crews found something else yesterday, buried deep in that hidden room. A metal box, its contents preserved despite the fire. Inside were papers, class photos, attendance records, and a letter, its pages yellow with age. I shouldn't have read it, but I did. It was written by a teacher, dated the day before the fire. She wrote about her concerns, about the sounds she'd been hearing from the basement during school hours. Children crying, she said, when all her students were accounted for in class. She'd reported it to the principal, but he'd dismissed her fears, said she was imagining things. The principal's name was familiar. I'd seen it before, in my research about the town's history. He'd died just last year, in fact, a respected member of the community right up until the end. But here's the thing that keeps me up at night. They found something else in that metal box, a ring of keys, heavy and old-fashioned. One of them fits the ancient lock they discovered on that basement room's door. The principal had lived in town all his life. He'd never left, never moved away, even after the fire. For 60 years, he'd walked these streets, attended church, served on the town council, all while carrying the weight of what he'd done. Why did he do it? That's the question that haunts me. What could drive a man to lock children in a basement and set the building ablaze? The answer has to be in the record somewhere, hidden in the town's history like those small, scorched shoes behind the foundation wall. I've started bringing a recorder to work. Sometimes in the quietest hours of the night I can hear voices in the static, children's voices whispering names. Their names, I think. The ones that were never included in the official death toll. The footprints appeared again last night, but they were different. Larger this time, adult-sized, leading from the parking lot to the basement entrance. They looked fresh, but when I checked the cameras, there was nothing there, just empty frames of falling snow. I followed them to the door, and that's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Mixed in with the snow around the footprints were dark spots, like water droplets. But when I knelt down to look closer, I realized they weren't water. They were ash. The principal was buried last year in Oak Hill Cemetery, just across the street from where the school stands now. The groundskeeper there, an old man who's worked the grounds for decades, told me something interesting yesterday. He said that every morning for the past 60 years, he'd find footprints in the snow around the principal's house, small footprints, like those of children, leading up to his windows, circling his doors, watching, waiting. The old man said that in all those years, the principal never once left his house when it snowed. He'd have his groceries delivered, cancel appointments, anything to avoid stepping out into the white expanse, as if he was afraid of leaving tracks of his own. But now he's dead, and the footprints have returned to the school, to the basement, to that room. I think I understand now why I was drawn to this job, why I couldn't leave even when the dreams started. Someone needs to tell their story. Someone needs to make sure they're not forgotten again. The construction company wants to seal up that room, pour new concrete over the old foundation, and bury the past for good. But I don't think that's what the children want. I think they've been trying to tell us something all these years, leaving their marks in the snow, singing their songs in the dark. They want to be found. They want to be remembered. Last night, I heard the singing again. It was clearer this time. A nursery rhyme about a ring of roses, about ashes and falling down. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing through the empty halls. I followed it down to the basement, to that room behind the foundation wall. The door was open, though I know it had been locked. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of old smoke, and the temperature had dropped so low I could see my breath. On the floor, perfectly preserved in a patch of dust, was a small handprint. As I watched, another appeared beside it, then another, as if invisible children were playing in the dirt. They formed a trail, leading deeper into the darkness. I should have been terrified. I should have run. But something in that moment felt right, as if I'd finally arrived at the place I was meant to be. The singing grew louder, and I recognized more voices joining in, dozens of them, young and sweet and terribly sad. They seemed to be calling to me, inviting me to follow their trail of handprints into the shadows. I took out my flashlight, but it wouldn't turn on. The beam sputtered and died, leaving me in complete darkness. And that's when I felt it. A small, cold hand slipping into mine. I'm writing this now from my car, parked across the street from the school. The sun will rise soon, and with it, the construction crews will return. They'll pour their concrete, lay their foundations, and try to bury the past once again. But I won't let them. Not this time. The children have shown me things in the darkness, memories preserved like insects in amber, moments frozen in time. I've seen what really happened that day in 1964. I've seen why the principal did what he did, what he was trying to hide. It's worse than anyone imagined. The footprints are appearing more frequently now, not just in snow but in mud, in dust, even in the fresh concrete the workers pour. They're getting stronger, more numerous, as if the children know their time is running out. But they're not just victims anymore. I've seen their power growing, felt their anger building like a storm. The principal might have escaped their justice in life, but in death, well, that's why I'm watching his grave tonight. The snow is falling again, thick and silent. Through my windshield, I can see fresh footprints appearing in the cemetery, small tracks in the untouched white. They're heading toward his headstone, dozens of them, converging like streams flowing to the sea. And now, God help me, I can see larger footprints too, adult-sized ones, staggering, stumbling, trying to run. But you can't run from the past forever. You can't hide from what you've done. The children are singing again, that same nursery rhyme, echoing through the night. But there's another sound mixed in now. Screaming. Adults screaming, full of terror and recognition. The principal may have died last year, but I don't think he's going to rest in peace. Not anymore. Not after what he did. The footprints tell the truth, you see. They always have. We just weren't looking closely enough. I know what I have to do now. The children have shown me. There are others who knew, others who helped hide the truth. Their names are written in ash and shadow, preserved in the memories of those who cannot rest. Tomorrow I'll start visiting them. I'll knock on their doors and look into their eyes, and I'll know. The children will show me. They're so good at spotting guilt, at sensing the weight of secrets. But tonight, I watch. Tonight, I bear witness as justice arrives on small, silent feet, carrying 60 years of patience and pain. Listen. Can you hear it? The singing is growing louder. The footprints are appearing faster now, like raindrops hitting water. And there, in the darkness between the graves, I can almost see them. Small shapes moving through the snow, circling, closing in. Ring around the rosy, pockets full of posies. Ashes, ashes. We all fall down. The screaming has stopped now. The snow falls silently on fresh tracks that lead nowhere, on a disturbed grave that holds more secrets than answers. And tomorrow, when they find what's left, they'll finally have to face the truth. But for now, I sit in my car and watch the footprints appear in the virgin snow, leading away from the cemetery, back toward the school, back to that room behind the wall, where it all began. They've invited me to follow, and God help me, I think I will. Because sometimes the only way to right an old wrong is to let the victims guide you through the darkness. Sometimes justice wears small shoes and sings nursery rhymes in the night. And sometimes, just sometimes, the footprints in the snow lead exactly where they're supposed to. On the Russian ice road, you always help your fellow travelers. When people hear my wife's Russian, they imagine a tall, blonde girl with a funny accent who wears heels for every grocery run. Reality couldn't be farther from the stereotype. Lana is dark-haired, speaks better English than I do, and is completely obsessed with sneakers. She does meet one stereotype, though. She never gets cold, seeing how she lived in Russia until she was 18. Not in Moscow, of course. Did you know that Moscow's actually pretty warm? There are entire states in America where winters are far colder than anything Muscovites ever have to deal with. No, my wife comes from a tiny town far up Russian north on the tundra, a dark, gloomy, and a very cold place inside the Arctic Circle with extremely harsh winters and even harsher people. A place that meets the stereotypes. I've met my in-laws all of 2 times, including our wedding, both times as they traveled to the States. Frankly, I never had any intention of visiting my Lana's hometown until she got that fateful call 9 days ago. My mother-in-law had had a stroke. While her condition was stable for the time being, the local doctor expected the worst could happen at any minute. Transporting her to a better hospital was out of question, as she was in no state for the kind of a journey that you'll see described below. My wife made travel arrangements immediately. I had a valid Russian visa from a business trip to Moscow a few weeks prior, so I decided to go with her. Now, getting to my wife's hometown isn't easy. You're in for a flight to Moscow, then a connecting flight to Norilsk, one of the biggest cities in the Russian tundra. From there, it's an hour-long trip down the Yenisei River, by barge in summer and on cars over ice in the winter. Urgently getting to Moscow wasn't that hard. There, however, we faced additional difficulties. First of all, apparently I couldn't actually fly to Norilsk with Lana, as the city was closed to foreigners. Before we could even process that, we were told that Norilsk Airport was closed for all aircraft due to poor weather conditions, and the weather wasn't expected to improve that week. I tried to console Lana as best as I could, but news of her mom getting worse drove her crazy. Soon, Lana suggested an alternative. It was possible to fly to a city a fair bit south of Norilsk, which was safe from the storms. For a modest fee, a family friend living there was willing to take a day's journey up the ice road to Lana's hometown. Well, more like a night's journey, since according to him, it was better to travel at night by cars' lights than by what passed as daylight. I told my wife she was insane. She, however, was adamant on her plan, saying she's done Zimnik, how Russians call their ice roads, many times with her dad, and it was perfectly safe. She wouldn't budge no matter how I pleaded and told me I was welcome to stay in Moscow. Obviously, that was not an option, and in the end I gave up. We flew to our next destination, and the cold hit me as soon as I stepped out of the plane. It was a different kind of cold, invasive and ruthless, and it didn't care about layers of sweaters and socks I had on. I shivered imagining how much colder it was going to get. We met with the trucker who was to take us up north. He called himself Kolya, and my wife Sveta, the Russian version of her name. Me, he didn't call at all, instead referring to me derisively as Mr. Amerikashka whenever he spoke to my wife. Lana told me with a chuckle she didn't tell Kolya I could understand Russian, although I don't think he would have cared. Kolya was supposed to be a few years younger than my wife, but looked much older, his skin and posture worn down by the harsh conditions of his homeland. He laughed at our American shoes and coats and said he would pack extra jackets, woolen socks, and valenki for us, just in case. His brother helped load his truck, which looked like it had seen the fall of the Soviet Union, and then Kolya sat down to enjoy a shot of vodka, one for the road. My wife saw me blanch at that. "This isn't New York or even Moscow," she said quietly. "People here are a bit behind in terms of DUI. Don't worry, he won't drink enough to get impaired. He's seen that kill people on the road." Well, indeed, the first shot was the last, and Kolya hopped into the truck. He offered my wife the shotgun seat, which, as far as I understood Russian macho culture, was basically equivalent of throwing a glove in my face. Whatever, as long as he got us there. The road was a dark stretch of ice and packed snow powdered by the fresh snow that had fallen that morning. Snowdrifts bordered both sides of the roads and leaked onto its surface a fair bit. Otherwise, it was the same barren, flat surface for miles. In the first couple of hours, we saw a few cars going the opposite way to us. Then a car going in the same direction as us overtook us and disappeared in the darkness ahead at surprising speeds. It was a freaking tiny, rusted-through Subaru. I gave up on understanding Russians then and there. Shortly after the Subaru guy, it started snowing. Just a bit at first, then more and more. Kolya didn't seem bothered, and I tried to stay calm as well, which I managed mostly successfully until the wind joined in. Unlike the snow, it started hard from the get-go. Have you ever heard wind howling and become unsettled by the sound? Now imagine the same, but in the depths of a black night lit only by your car's headlights. Except for your own vehicle, the world around is silent and devoid of life, frozen until the spring. Not that you can see much through the thick snow that is now the wind's plaything, flurrying around the car, blanketing the windows. Our pace slowed to a crawl as Kolya swore colorfully in Russian. "Maybe stop and wait it out," I suggested nervously. "We can't," Lana said without bothering to ask our driver. "If we stop, there's a good chance the car won't start up again, and we are stuck here waiting for someone to pick us up. And it's been empty today." The realization we were at a very real risk of freezing to death hit me like a ton of bricks. I leaned back into my seat and closed my eyes, wordlessly praying for the best. The only response was the wind howling, and it sounded so strange. It would start low and quiet, and then get louder and louder until a yowling crescendo, then cut off abruptly, then start again. And the sound came from different directions, each starting at a different time, like a pack of wolves howling. I opened my eyes to obvious tension in the car. Lana and Kolya were both hunched forward, peering intently through the glass for all the good it did them. Kolya glanced back at me. "Don't worry, be happy," Kolya proclaimed with a horrible Russian accent. "It is all okay. Don't worry, America." He was lying. I might have been useless on the ice road, but I was a criminal defense lawyer, and a good one at that. And Kolya was a bad liar. There was sweat beading on his face and neck, and his voice was forced. He was very much scared, and that made me scared too. Kolya murmured something to my wife, too quick and quiet for my distracted mind to decipher. She nodded. "What was that?" "There's a village maybe half an hour up the road if we keep this pace. We get there and settle down until the morning." "I see. Sorry about the delay." In reality, I was extremely happy to hear that. "Bad wind, huh?" Lana grabbed my hand, quick and sudden as a snake. "Don't mention the wind." Another sound came through the storm, a long, tinny wail that sent shivers down my spine. It took me a few moments to recognize the familiar sound of the wind whistling through walls and chimney, and then another moment to realize there were no walls around for the wind to whistle. I opened my mouth to comment, and my wife's grip tightened on my arm. In that moment, I knew to keep it quiet. We drove in tension-filled silence as a cacophony of sounds erupted through the storm. wails and shrieks, howls and cries. No way, no wind was producing all of that. The sounds grew closer, grew louder. I grabbed my wife's hands as we both stared desperately ahead. Through the flurry, we barely made out something, a large, dark shape reflecting our lights, or maybe piercing the darkness with lights of its own. Kolya swore and swerved to the side. We were passing another car stuck in the snow. Its blinkers flashed. "Stop," Lana said, sudden and harsh. "What?" Kolya asked in Russian. "You insane?" "Stop," my wife repeated. "On the ice road, you help. That's the rule, remember?" Kolya gave her a long, hard look that I didn't like at all. "That's the rule on the road," he echoed, and hit the brakes, slowing the car without actually stopping. I opened the door and peered outside. The driver of the stuck vehicle was already running towards us. I recognized the car itself as the Subaru that passed us earlier. "Thank God you people were," the driver began. "Get in, idiot," Kolya shouted, and the guy shut up and jumped in. He was just a kid, no older than 20, with dark red hair and a patchy little beard. He looked cold and terrified. "Thank God," he repeated in a hushed whisper. "I was sure they'd get me." "They?" I asked, confused. Kolya and Lana turned to look at the kid in unison, and their looks could kill. I mean the wind and snow," the kid corrected quickly. I had a sudden abrupt feeling that it was too late for that, even as I still had no clue what was going on. We drove on, and the interplay of howls and shrieks outside the car became unbearable in the silence. "What's your name, dude?" I asked him in my best Russian. He blinked. Sergei Molchanov. My parents are... Anyway, it doesn't matter. I shouldn't have been driving, but I wanted to make it to my girlfriend's birthday and... "Both of you shut up," my wife barked, and we did. Immediately I noticed the change in surrounding sounds. They were much louder now. The highest pitch shrieks rang in my ears. The low, insistent howling seemed to surround the car, and every now and then, something that sounded like an actual roar cut through the night. The car picked up the pace. I looked at Kolya and realized he was absolutely flooring the gas pedal. Poor visibility be damned. His truck was lurching along as fast as it could manage in the conditions, and yet the encroaching racket made it obvious we were nowhere near fast enough. Then the car hit something. We were all jerked forward as the truck came to a staggering halt. I hit my temple hard on the back of my wife's seat. "What was that?" I groaned. "Must have hit a chunk of ice or something." Lana's voice sounded strangely muffled. I remember focusing on her lips and how pale and thin they looked. The dull, resounding pain in my head exploded into something hot and overwhelming, and I collapsed into the back seat. "He's passed out!" Sergei called out. I wanted to correct him, but my voice wouldn't obey me. My lids seemed to weigh a ton each. I could barely open my eyes enough to see the trio of Russians huddled together, the car's flickering light illuminating their pale faces. "What now?" Sergei asked nervously. "Well, let's see. I don't think I would have been able to understand complex Russian in that state if it wasn't my Lana speaking, her voice so familiar down to every inflection. Why don't you go out and check what we hit, and if we can clear it out somehow?" "What? We helped you, didn't we?" In the car's light, Lana's green eyes seemed very blue. "So why don't you help us back? After all, on the ice road you help each other. That's the rule." Kolya grumbled in agreement. Then he reached over and pulled out a rifle and aimed it at the boy. Sergei whimpered. "You know they're out there." "Well," Lana's voice was impeccably calm, cold. I guess you'd better not speak about them out loud then. Better not even think about them, really. My eyes closed against my will. I heard a door swing open and a rush of cold air. Finally, I passed out for real, and in my unconsciousness I dreamed of horrified screaming and a single terrible roar that filled the night. I came to during the day on a couch of some local family that agreed to house us for a bit of cash. My wife fussed over me. Once she was sure I was conscious and lucid, she rushed me into the car saying we could do the rest of the drive by day, and an actual doctor could look at me in her hometown. I settled in the back seat of the car. Vague memories haunted me. Where's the kid? Sergei? What kid, darling? Lana asked in sincere surprise. There was no kid, we traveled alone, Kolya added in Russian. And I wondered how he knew what I was asking about, or that I'd understand his answer. But aloud I could only say, "This young red-headed guy." "Sweetie, I'm getting really worried. You must have hit your head harder than I thought. We got to get you checked out as soon as we get back to the States. Maybe even a good checkup in Moscow." I didn't really know what to say after that. We made it the rest of the way uneventfully. Unfortunately, my mother-in-law had slipped into unconsciousness before we even set out for our drive, and she passed away several hours after our arrival. Lana didn't even get to say a proper goodbye. She is absolutely devastated right now, so I'm trying my best to focus on comforting her. We're staying here until the funeral, and I can't stay. I'm looking forward to the ride back. My father-in-law graciously gifted me a proper Russian winter coat, so I went ahead and packed my American camel coat that proved terribly insufficient for the weather. As I was folding it, I noticed a few curly red hairs stuck to the light beige fabric, and I felt so cold. The dollhouse tapes. It started last October when Jenny, my oldest friend from college, called me out of the blue. We hadn't spoken in months. Life, jobs, the usual drift. But her voice on the phone made my stomach drop. She sounded hollow, distant, like she was speaking from underwater. "Sarah, I need..." She trailed off, and I heard what might have been a shaky breath. "I need you to come look at something. Please, I can't tell if I'm losing it." "Jenny, what's wrong?" The autumn wind rattled my apartment windows, and I pulled my cardigan tighter. "Are you okay?" Can you come over? Tonight? Please?" There was something raw in her voice that scared me. Jenny was always the collected one, the one who kept me grounded during finals week panic attacks and bad breakups. Hearing her like this felt wrong, like watching a parent cry. "Of course," I said, already reaching for my keys. "Text me your new address. I'll be there in an hour." The drive to Jenny's place took me through unfamiliar suburbs, rows of identical houses with manicured lawns fading to brown in the October chill. Her neighborhood was older, full of Victorian-style homes with wraparound porches and elaborate trim work. The kind of houses that looked charming in daylight but menacing after dark. All sharp angles and deep shadows. Jenny's house sat at the end of a dead-end street, partially hidden behind overgrown hedges. The porch light was out, and I had to use my phone's flashlight to find the front steps. The wood creaked under my feet, that distinct elderly house sound that always makes you wonder about structural integrity. She opened the door before I could knock. Jenny looked wrong. Her normally sleek, dark hair was unwashed and tangled, her eyes ringed with shadows that spoke of sleepless nights. She wore what looked like the same Northwestern sweatshirt from our college days, now threadbare and stained. "Thank God you're here," she whispered, pulling me inside. The house was freezing, and I could see her breath in the dim entryway. "I need you to tell me I'm not crazy. I need someone else to see it." "See what?" I asked. following her up a narrow staircase. Family photos lined the walls. Jenny and her husband Mark's wedding, vacation snapshots, her parents. Normal things that somehow felt off, like props arranged to create the illusion of a happy home. Jenny, you're scaring me. Where's Mark? Conference in Seattle. He's been gone 2 weeks. She laughed, a sharp sound with no humor in it. He thinks I'm having some kind of breakdown. Keeps talking about postpartum depression, about seeing someone. But this isn't. This is real. You'll see. The mention of postpartum made my chest tight. Jenny had lost the baby 6 months ago, late in the second trimester. I should have been there more, should have called more often. Some friend I was. We reached the second floor, and Jenny led me to what must have been meant as a nursery. The walls were a soft yellow, but the room was empty except for a large dollhouse in the center of the floor. It was beautiful in an antique way, Victorian style, matching Jenny's actual house, with intricate gingerbread trim and tiny, perfect shutters. Mark's mother gave it to us when we told her I was pregnant, Jenny said, kneeling beside it. Family heirloom, supposedly. Been passed down for generations. She reached out with trembling fingers, but stopped just short of touching it. Watch. I knelt beside her, knees cracking against the hardwood floor. Up close, the dollhouse was even more impressive. Every detail was perfect, from the miniature door knocker to the tiny books visible through the windows. But something felt off. The proportions were slightly wrong, the windows a bit too tall, the doors at slightly odd angles. Looking at it too long made my eyes hurt. Jenny, what am... Shh, she hissed, eyes fixed on the dollhouse. Listen. At first I heard nothing but the usual old house sounds, settling foundations, creaking wood, the whisper of wind through old windows. Then, something else. A soft scratching, like mice in the walls, but rhythmic, deliberate. It seemed to be coming from inside the dollhouse, but that was impossible, wasn't it? There's more, Jenny whispered. Her hand found mine in the dark, ice cold and shaking. Watch the nursery window. Top floor. I leaned closer, squinting at the tiny window she indicated. The room beyond was dark, but as my eyes adjusted, I could make out what looked like a miniature nursery. A crib, a rocking chair, tiny stuffed animals arranged with obsessive care. The scratching got louder. Then I saw it. Movement. Just a flicker, but unmistakable. Something inside that tiny room was moving. Jesus! I jerked back, heart pounding. There must be a mechanism or something, like those animated Christmas displays. Jenny shook her head slowly. I thought that too. I took it apart looking for motors, batteries, anything. There's nothing, just wood and paint and... She swallowed hard. And sometimes, late at night, I hear crying, baby crying. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. Jenny, maybe Mark is right about talking to someone. After everything you've been through... I knew you wouldn't believe me, she said flatly. Nobody does, but I can prove it. She stood suddenly, moving to a shelf I hadn't noticed before. Look at this. She handed me what looked like an old VHS tape, the label worn away with age. I set up a camera last week, one of those old camcorders Mark's dad gave us. Digital ones won't work. They just show static. But this? She grabbed my arm, fingers digging in painfully. You have to watch it with me. Please. I wanted to say no. Everything in me was screaming to get out of that house, to get Jenny help, to call Mark or her parents or anyone. But the desperation in her voice stopped me. Okay, I said. Okay, do you have a VCR? She led me back downstairs to what must have been meant as a living room, though it held only a TV on a stand and a single rocking chair. The chair was moving slightly, though there was no breeze. Must be the uneven floorboards, I told myself firmly. Jenny hooked up an ancient VCR with shaking hands and inserted the tape. Static filled the screen, then resolved into a grainy image of the dollhouse at night, lit only by moonlight through the nursery windows. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then, "There!" Jenny pointed. On screen, a shadow moved past the tiny windows, too large to be a doll, too small to be human. The image distorted, tracking lines rolling across the screen, but I could make out something rocking in that miniature chair, back and forth, back and forth. The static grew louder, took on an almost rhythmic quality, like breathing or crying. The tape jumped, skipped. When the image stabilized, the camera was closer to the dollhouse, close enough to see inside that tiny room. Close enough to see. I'm not going to describe what I saw in that window. I can't. My mind shies away from it like a hand from a hot stove. But I remember the sound I made. A thin, animal whimper of pure terror. Jenny just nodded. You see? You see it too? Her voice was eager, almost triumphant. I'm not crazy. It's real. The tape continued, but I couldn't watch anymore. I stumbled to the bathroom and threw up, my whole body shaking. When I came back, Jenny was rewinding the tape with methodical care. Jenny, I said carefully, we need to get rid of that dollhouse. Burn it, break it up, whatever. This isn't right. Don't you think I've tried? She laughed that horrible laugh again. Nothing works. Fire won't catch, tools break. And when I tried to throw it out, she pulled up her sleeve, revealing angry red scratches down her arm. It came back. It always comes back. Then we'll try harder. We'll figure something out. I pulled out my phone. I'm calling Mark. He needs to come home. No! Jenny knocked the phone from my hand with surprising strength. He'll just try to have me committed again, like after the baby. She wrapped her arms around herself, rocking slightly. I have to figure this out. There has to be a reason. A connection. What do you mean, a connection? She took a deep breath. I found something. In Mark's mother's attic when we were cleaning out her house last month. Look. She retrieved a manila envelope from a drawer and spread its contents on the floor. Newspaper clippings mostly, yellowed with age. They told fragments of a story, missing children, spanning decades. All from this area, all from families who had owned the doll house. It's not just a coincidence, Jenny whispered. It can't be. And look at this one. She pointed to the oldest clipping from 1947. The photo showed a young woman being led away by police, her face twisted in anguish. Behind her, barely visible, was the dollhouse. The woman could have been Jenny's twin. I dream about her sometimes, Jenny said softly. She lost a baby too, late term. But she found a way to get it back, through the dollhouse somehow. Only it wasn't really her baby that came back. Jenny, stop! My voice was shaking. We need to get you help. Real help. She wasn't listening. I hear it at night, crying, coming from the nursery, the real nursery. But when I go look, there's nothing there, just the empty room and that damn rocking chair moving by itself. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Sometimes I think if I just went in the dollhouse, if I could make myself small enough. Stop it! I grabbed her shoulders. Listen to yourself. This isn't the answer. Whatever this thing is, it's feeding on your grief. You can't let it. For a moment, I thought I'd gotten through. Then her face hardened. You don't understand. You can't. Just go. I shouldn't have called you. I'm not leaving you alone with that thing. Get out! She screamed, shoving me toward the door. Get out! Get out! Get out! I stumbled backward, caught off guard by her strength. As I fell, my elbow knocked against something, the VCR. The tape ejected with a mechanical shriek, and I grabbed it without thinking. Jenny lunged for it, but I was faster. I ran, taking the porch steps 2 at a time, her screams following me into the night. I drove home in a daze, the tape burning a hole in my passenger seat. I tried calling Jenny the next morning. No answer. Same the next day, and the next. I called Mark, but it went straight to voicemail. Finally, I drove back to the house, heart pounding the whole way. The police were already there. They found Jenny in the nursery. The official report says she died of exposure, hypothermia, despite all the windows being closed and the heat being on. The temperature in that room was 30 degrees below the rest of the house, and they never figured out why. The dollhouse was gone, no sign of it anywhere. But they found something else, something that didn't make it into the official report. My friend on the force told me later, voice shaking. In the corner of the nursery, they found tiny footprints in the dust, baby-sized, leading to the wall, then stopping. Like something very small had been walking there. And on the rocking chair, the real one, life-sized, they found a single perfect scratch mark. Too big for a doll, too small for a human hand. I still have the tape. I know I should destroy it, but I can't bring myself to. Sometimes late at night, I swear I can hear it calling to me from the drawer where I keep it. A soft scratching sound, like tiny fingers on wood. And sometimes, in my dreams, I see Jenny. She's in a beautiful Victorian nursery, rocking a baby that isn't quite right. She looks up at me through the window and smiles, but her face isn't quite right either, like a doll's face, painted on. She's still rocking. Always rocking. I guess I should mention I'm pregnant. Just found out last week. And yesterday I got a package. No return address. Inside was a beautiful antique dollhouse. I haven't opened it yet. But sometimes, late at night, I hear crying. The last shift. It was supposed to be a routine Friday night shift. I'd been watching the Morrison kids, Emma, 8, and Tyler, 6, every other weekend for the past year, while their parents enjoyed their date nights. The pay was good, the kids were sweet, and their modern smart home in the suburbs made my job easier. Everything was monitored: temperature, security, even a state-of-the-art baby monitoring system that covered every room. Mr. Morrison worked in tech and spared no expense when it came to his family's safety. That particular Friday started like any other. I arrived at 6 p.m. just as Sarah and James Morrison were putting on their coats. Sarah wore an elegant black dress that made her look younger than her 35 years, while James had opted for a charcoal suit that probably cost more than my semester's textbooks. "Thanks for coming on such short notice, Claire," Sarah said, handing me a sheet of paper with their contact information, the same one she'd given me countless times before. "We really needed this night out. Things have been tense lately." I noticed the slight tremor in her voice, the way James avoided eye contact. Something felt off, but it wasn't my place to pry. Besides, all couples have their rough patches, right? "The kids had an early dinner," James added, checking his watch for the 3rd time in as many minutes. "They can have a small snack before bed if they're hungry, but nothing too heavy. Bedtime is..." 8:30, I know, I finished with a smile. We've got our routine down pat. You guys enjoy your evening. Sarah hesitated at the door, her hand clutching her purse a little too tightly. Claire, if anything seems strange tonight, anything at all, call us immediately. Don't wait until morning. Before I could ask what she meant, James had practically pulled her out the door. I heard their Tesla's electric hum fade into the distance as I locked up, puzzled by Sarah's unusual behavior. But I had bigger concerns, namely, 2 energetic kids who'd already spotted me and were charging down the stairs. Claire! Claire! Can we play Zombie Apocalypse? Tyler bounced around me like a caffeinated puppy, his mop of brown hair flying in all directions. No way. We played that last time, Emma protested, her long blonde hair neatly braided. Sarah's handiwork, no doubt. I want to play School of Magic. I managed to negotiate a compromise. We'd play both games for 30 minutes each, then wind down with some coloring before their evening snack and bedtime routine. The hours flew by as we transformed the living room into first a zombie-proof fortress, then a prestigious academy of witchcraft, using only throw pillows and blankets, of course. By 8 p.m., both kids were sitting at the kitchen island munching on apple slices and peanut butter while I cleaned up our earlier chaos. Everything felt normal, peaceful even. That should have been my first warning. In my experience, when things feel too peaceful with kids, something's usually about to go wrong. Claire? Emma's voice carried from the kitchen, suddenly serious. Do you believe in ghosts? I walked back to the kitchen, gathering their empty plates. Not really. Why do you ask? Emma exchanged a look with Tyler, the kind of meaningful glance siblings share when they're keeping a secret. No reason, she said, but her voice had that sing-song quality kids get when they're lying. They're real, Tyler declared matter-of-factly, licking peanut butter off his fingers. We see them all the time. Tyler, Emma hissed, kicking him under the counter. Ow, but it's true. They're here right now. I felt a chill run down my spine despite myself. The kitchen suddenly felt colder, though I knew it was just my imagination. The smart thermostat showed a steady 72 degrees. Okay, spooky story time is over, I announced, trying to keep my voice light. Time to head upstairs and get ready for bed. The bedtime routine went smoothly enough, though both kids seemed more subdued than usual. Emma kept glancing at the corners of her room while I helped her into her pajamas, and Tyler insisted on keeping his dinosaur nightlight on extra bright. By 8:30 they were both tucked into their respective beds in their adjacent rooms, doors left slightly ajar as per their preference. I settled onto the living room couch with my psychology textbook, enjoying the quiet. The Morrisons weren't expected back until midnight, giving me plenty of time to study for next week's exam. The house's smart system kept everything at a perfect temperature, and the subtle blue glow from various devices created a cozy atmosphere. That's when I heard it. Children's voices through the baby monitor. Do you think she knows yet? Emma's voice clear as day. Probably not, Tyler replied. Grown-ups never notice until it's too late. My blood ran cold. I checked the time. 9:15 p.m. They should have been asleep by now. I marked my place in the textbook and headed upstairs to remind them about bedtime rules. The hallway was darker than I remembered, despite the motion-activated nightlights. Each step felt heavier than the last as I approached the kids' rooms. The voices continued through the monitor I'd carried up with me. Should we tell her she's been dead for 3 hours? Shh! She's coming! I pushed open Emma's door first, heart pounding. She was sound asleep, blonde hair spread across her pillow, chest rising and falling steadily. Confused, I checked Tyler's room next. He too was deeply asleep, clutching his favorite T-Rex plushie. Back in the hallway, I stared at the baby monitor in my hand. It had to be picking up interference from somewhere, maybe a neighbor's monitor or... "Behind you," Emma's voice whispered through the device. But Emma was still asleep. I could see her through the doorway. I spun around. The hallway was empty. "She still doesn't understand," Tyler's voice crackled through the monitor. "Show her, show her, show her." The temperature dropped dramatically. My breath came out in visible puffs despite the thermostat reading normal. The smart lights began to flicker, which should have been impossible with their backup power system. I ran downstairs, nearly tripping over my own feet. I needed to call the Morrisons, just like Sarah had said. Something was very, very wrong. I grabbed my phone from the coffee table, but it was dead, completely drained despite having been at 85% just minutes ago. The house phone. I needed to find the house phone. "It won't work," Emma's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. "Nothing works after you're dead." "Stop it," I shouted into the empty house. "This isn't funny." "We're not trying to be funny," Tyler's voice replied, closer now. "We're trying to help you understand." The smart home display on the wall suddenly flickered to life. Security camera footage began playing, but not from tonight. I recognized myself arriving earlier, but something was different. In the footage, as I walked up to the front door, a dark figure followed close behind me. Something tall and wrong, with too many angles, its form shifting and twisting like smoke. "What is this?" I whispered, unable to look away. "Watch," both children said in unison. The footage continued. I saw myself letting the kids chase me around the living room, but now I could see other things moving in the background, dark shapes sliding along the walls, reaching, grasping. In one frame, something looked directly at the camera, and I felt my sanity begin to slip. It had too many eyes, all blinking at different times, all focused on me. "It followed you home last week," Emma's voice explained. "It chose you then. Tonight was just collection time." "I'm not dead," I screamed, but even as the words left my mouth, I noticed something odd about my hands. They looked wrong, like they weren't quite solid anymore. "Check the mirror," Tyler suggested softly. I stumbled to the downstairs bathroom, flicking on the light with trembling fingers. The mirror showed nothing, not a blur, not a shadow, nothing at all where I should have been standing. "It's okay," Emma said, and suddenly she was there beside me, but not the sleeping Emma upstairs. This Emma was different, more translucent, more knowing. The first few hours are the hardest. That's why we stayed, to help others like you. "Others?" I managed to whisper. Tyler appeared on my other side, equally translucent. "So many others. This house, it attracts them, the dark ones. They follow people home, people like you who can't see them, not until it's too late." "Your parents," I said, suddenly understanding Sarah's strange behavior, her warning. "They know?" Emma nodded. "They bought the house cheap 3 years ago, after the previous owners all died in their sleep. Mom and Dad figured it out pretty quick, but they can't leave. None of us can. We're all connected now." "The real us are upstairs sleeping," Tyler added. "These are just our ghost forms. We can switch back and forth. But you don't have a body to go back to anymore." I wanted to deny it, to run screaming into the night, but deep down, I knew they were telling the truth. It explained everything. The cold spots, the drained phone, my missing reflection. What happens now? Now you have a choice, Emma said, taking my hand. Her touch felt like a cool breeze. You can stay here with us, help warn others when we can, or you can move on to whatever's next. But if you stay, you should know. They're always hunting, always looking for more. As if on cue, I saw movement in the mirror, a writhing mass of darkness, eyes and teeth and things I couldn't comprehend. I understood then what had really happened to me, why I couldn't remember anything between arriving at the house and starting to hear the voices. "Time to choose, Claire," Tyler said quietly. "They're getting hungry again." I looked at my transparent hands, at the children's sympathetic faces, at the growing darkness in the mirror. In the distance, I heard a car pulling into the driveway, the Morrisons returning home. They'd find my body slumped on their couch, another mysterious death to add to the house's history, another police investigation that would go nowhere because how do you explain the unexplainable? I made my choice. That was 3 years ago. The Morrisons still live here, and I've helped Emma and Tyler warn dozens of others since then. Sometimes we succeed, sometimes we don't. Tonight there's a new babysitter coming, young, confident, skeptical of the supernatural, just like I was. As I watch her walk up the driveway, I notice the familiar dark shape following close behind her, its many eyes blinking in anticipation. Emma and Tyler's ghost forms appear beside me, ready to begin our usual routine. We have 3 hours until she joins us. 3 hours to try to make her understand. I just hope this time she listens. But even as I think this, I know she won't. They never do, not until it's too late. That's the thing about death. You never see it coming, even when dead children try to warn you through a baby monitor. And the truly terrifying part? This isn't just happening in our house. Look behind you, right now. Those shadows you see in the corner of your eye, they're not shadows at all. And if you're reading this, they've already chosen you. You have 3 hours. Good luck. Sarah Morrison closed the leather-bound journal and placed it back on the dusty shelf. 3 years of meticulous documentation, of trying to understand what lived in her house, what hunted in her house. She glanced at the security camera feed showing the new babysitter walking up the driveway. "Should we warn her?" James asked, adjusting his tie. Sarah shook her head, touching the silver pendant around her neck, the one that kept them safe, kept them alive, kept them human. "You know the rules, dear. They need to feed. Better a stranger than—" She left the thought unfinished, but they both knew. Better a stranger than their children. That was the deal they'd made. The price of survival. In the security footage, the new babysitter rang the doorbell, unaware of the writhing darkness behind her, unaware of the 3 ghostly figures watching from the window. 2 children and a young woman, all wearing expressions of resigned sadness. Just another Friday night at the Morrison house. Just another 3 hours until collection time. The new house. I should have known something was wrong the moment I first stepped into that basement. The air felt different down there. Heavy, almost viscous, as if it was reluctant to let you move through it. But like a fool drunk on the prospect of finally owning my dream home, I ignored that first warning sign. We all did. The realtor had been suspiciously eager to close the deal, practically shoving the papers into our hands the moment we expressed interest. 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, a sprawling backyard with mature oak trees, and all at a price that seemed too good to be true in this market. My wife Sarah kept saying exactly that. "It's too good to be true, Jack." But I convinced her we'd just gotten lucky. Some people win the lottery. We'd found our perfect home. Our daughter, Emma, fell in love with it immediately. At 7 years old, she had an uncanny ability to find hidden spaces that adults overlooked, declaring them her special places. The window seat in the library, the hollow beneath the stairs, the old treehouse in the backyard. She claimed them all within hours of our first viewing. But it was the basement she loved most, despite its musty smell and the way the temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees the moment you descended those creaking wooden stairs. "The other kids want to play with me," she told us on our second night in the house, her voice carrying that dreamlike quality children sometimes get when they're half asleep. Sarah and I exchanged worried glances over her head. We'd moved here specifically because the neighborhood had so few children, hoping the quiet would help with Emma's night terrors. "What other kids, sweetie?" Sarah asked, tucking Emma's favorite stuffed rabbit closer to her chest. "The ones behind the door," Emma replied matter-of-factly, already drifting off to sleep. "They're always laughing." I blamed it on an overactive imagination, the stress of moving, the unfamiliarity of a new house with its strange creaks and settling sounds. But 3 days later, I heard it too. I was in the basement organizing our boxes of Christmas decorations. Sarah insisted they needed to be easily accessible even though it was only August, when the sound first reached my ears. It was faint, like wind through leaves, but unmistakable, children's laughter, high and clear and musical. I froze, my hand still gripping a tangled string of lights, and listened harder. The sound grew stronger, and with it came the sensation of being watched. The air grew colder, and the single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling seemed to dim, its light becoming sickly and wan. The laughter was coming from behind the far wall, where a stack of moving boxes partially obscured the basement's rough concrete surface. I moved the boxes aside one by one, my hands trembling despite my attempts to rationalize what I was hearing. Behind them, I found something that shouldn't have existed. A door. It was old, far older than the rest of the house, made of thick wooden planks bound with black iron bands. The wood was dark with age, and the handle, a crude iron ring, was spotted with rust. But what struck me most was that this door wasn't on any of the house plans. I'd studied them extensively during the purchase, making sure everything was up to code. This door simply didn't exist. And yet here it was, solid and real beneath my shaking fingers, with the sound of children's laughter emanating from behind it. I called Sarah immediately. She came down while Emma was watching cartoons upstairs, her face paling as she heard the laughter too. "We need to open it," she whispered, though her eyes screamed that we should run instead. "We need to know what's behind it." The door was locked, of course. The local locksmith refused to come when I described it to him, mumbling something about his grandmother being ill. The next one simply hung up. Finally, I found someone 2 towns over who agreed to make the trip, though he charged triple his normal rate. He arrived on a Friday evening, just as the sun was setting. The moment he saw the door, he crossed himself, something I'd never seen anyone do outside of movies. "This isn't right," he muttered, his tools clattering in his trembling hands. "This door isn't supposed to be here." "Can you open it?" I asked, trying to keep the desperation out of my voice. The laughter had been getting louder each night, and Emma had started sleepwalking, always heading toward the basement before we caught her. The locksmith worked for nearly an hour, his face growing paler and his hands shakier with each passing minute. The laughter seemed to mock his efforts, swelling and receding like waves on a beach. Finally, there was a click that seemed to echo through the entire house. "It's done," he said, already backing away. But I wouldn't. He didn't finish the sentence, just turned and fled up the stairs. I heard his truck's engine roar to life moments later. Sarah and I stood before the door, holding hands like frightened children. The laughter had stopped for the first time in days, replaced by an expectant silence that pressed against our eardrums. "Together?" Sarah whispered. I nodded, and we reached for the iron ring. The door opened with a groan that seemed to come from the earth itself, revealing a brick wall. Solid, mortared brick, not 6 inches behind the door frame. We stood there staring at it, disappointment and relief warring in my chest. Then the laughter started again, louder than ever before. It wasn't coming from behind the wall anymore. It was coming from everywhere, filling the basement with its manic chorus. And now we could hear words mixed in with the laughter. "You found us. You found us. Now you have to stay." The temperature plummeted. Our breath clouded in front of us, and frost began forming on the brick wall. As we watched in horror, handprints appeared in the frost. Tiny handprints, like those of small children. They pressed outward, as if dozens of small hands were pushing against the other side of the wall. We ran upstairs and found Emma standing in the kitchen, her eyes wide and blank. "They're coming through," she said in a voice that wasn't quite her own. "They've been waiting so long to play." That was 3 weeks ago. The laughter hasn't stopped since then. It follows us through the house, day and night, growing louder and more insistent. The handprints appear on every mirror, every window, every surface that can hold frost. At night, we hear scratching in the walls, getting closer to breaking through. Emma talks to them now. We'll find her sitting in corners, giggling at nothing, having conversations with empty air. Sometimes objects move when we're not looking. Toys arrange themselves in circles. Doors open and close on their own. And yesterday, I found all our photos turned to face the wall. The brick wall is changing too. The mortar between the bricks is crumbling, turning to dust that drifts down like gray snow. Sometimes I think I can see movement in the gaps, tiny fingers poking through, testing their prison strength. The laughter gets louder whenever I notice this, as if they know I'm watching. Sarah wants to leave, but we can't. We've tried 3 times now. Each time we pack our bags and load the car, but when we try to drive away, we find ourselves turning back toward the house, compelled by some force we can't resist. The children's laughter follows us, no matter how far we drive. Last night, I woke to find Emma standing by our bed, her small figure silhouetted against the darkness. "They're almost here, Daddy," she said, her voice mixed with others. "They just need a little more time, a little more strength." She turned to look at me, and in the faint light from the window, I saw that her eyes were solid black, like holes in her face. "They need us to play with them, forever." The worst part is, I'm starting to hear other sounds mixing with the laughter now. Adult voices, familiar ones. Sarah's laugh is in there sometimes, high and clear, like it used to be before all this started. And yesterday, I caught myself laughing along with them, a sound that wasn't quite human anymore. The brick wall is barely holding now. Large chunks of mortar fall away each hour, and the gaps between the bricks are wide enough to see through. Sometimes I catch glimpses of what's on the other side, a darkness deeper than any I've ever known, filled with movement and the sound of small feet pattering on cold stone. They're getting closer. The laughter is so loud now that it drowns out all other sounds. Emma spends most of her time in the basement, sitting cross-legged in front of the door, having animated conversations with whatever lurks behind that crumbling wall. Sarah's eyes are starting to look like Emma's, darker, emptier, reflecting things I can't see. And I think I'm changing too. The laughter doesn't frighten me as much anymore. Sometimes I find myself smiling when I hear it, feeling an odd warmth in my chest despite the perpetual cold. Part of me wants to help them break through, to finally meet the children we've been hearing all these weeks. This morning, I found myself standing in front of the brick wall, my fingers tracing the crumbling mortar. The gaps are almost wide enough now. Behind the wall, I can hear them moving closer, their little hands scraping against the bricks. Their laughter is sweeter now, almost seductive, promising games and joy and eternal playtime. The world beyond our house seems less and less real with each passing day. The sunlight looks wrong, too bright and harsh compared to the soft darkness of the basement. Food tastes like ash in our mouths, but we don't feel hungry anymore. Sleep comes in brief, turbulent bursts, filled with dreams of small hands reaching for us, of rooms that shouldn't exist, and doors that lead to impossible places. Emma says they're teaching her new games that normal children couldn't play, games that change the rules of what's possible. Sometimes I see her floating a few inches above her bed, giggling as she spins slowly in the air. Sarah found her walking on the ceiling yesterday, her hair hanging down like a curtain of darkness, her black eyes shining with impossible light. The brick wall will fall soon. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. The children tell me it doesn't matter. Time doesn't work the same way where they are. They've been waiting for decades, centuries perhaps, for someone to open that door and give them the strength they needed. All those previous families, all those lost children, they're all still there, playing their eternal games in the darkness beyond the wall. I should be terrified. I should be fighting this with every ounce of strength I have. But the laughter has worked its way into my soul now, replacing my fear with a strange, giddy anticipation. Part of me knows that when the wall finally falls, we'll cease to be ourselves. We'll join the chorus of laughter that echoes through this house, become part of whatever darkness lurks behind that impossible door. But another part of me, growing stronger each day, whispers that maybe that's not such a bad thing. Maybe we'll be happy there, in that eternal playground where physics and reality are just suggestions, where every game lasts forever and no one ever has to grow up. The first brick just fell from the wall. I can see small pale hands reaching through the gap, their fingers impossibly long and delicate. Emma is bouncing with excitement, her feet no longer touching the ground. Sarah's smile is too wide now, stretching past the normal limits of her face. And me? I'm sitting here writing this down, trying to warn others away from this house, from that door, from the children who wait behind it. But my handwriting is changing as I write, becoming spidery and childlike. The pen keeps giggling in my hand. They're calling us now. The gap in the wall is wide enough to see their faces, or what passes for faces in that impossible darkness. Such wonderful games they have planned for us. Such marvelous toys they want to share. If you're reading this, stay away from this house. Don't be fooled by the perfect price, the spacious rooms, the beautiful yard. Don't open doors that shouldn't exist. But if you do, if you hear children laughing behind a wall, if you feel small hands tugging at your sleeve in the darkness, well, maybe we'll play together someday, forever and ever and ever and ever and the vanishing. I used to think time was like a river, always flowing forward, never looking back. Now I know better. Time is more like a noose, and with each loop, it tightens around reality itself, strangling away pieces of existence one by one. It started subtly enough. That Tuesday morning, I noticed the same red Volkswagen Beetle pass by my house 3 times in 10 minutes. At first, I dismissed it as coincidence. Maybe the driver was lost or looking for an address. But then I saw the license plate. Loop 247. The same plate, same slight dent on the rear bumper, same elderly woman with pearl earrings behind the wheel. I remember standing at my kitchen window, coffee growing cold in my hands, watching that car make its 4th pass. That's when I saw the bird, a cardinal with unusual white patches on its wings. It landed on my windowsill, tilted its head at me, and flew away. 2 minutes later, the exact same bird landed in the exact same spot, performed the identical head tilt, and flew off again. My phone buzzed. A text from my sister Sarah. "Don't forget Mom's birthday dinner tonight." I checked the date, Tuesday, March 12th. Nothing seemed amiss yet, except for that nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach. Like the moment before you realize you've made a terrible mistake. I went to work, trying to shake off the morning's oddities. My colleague Tom greeted me with his usual, "Another day in paradise, eh, James?" He always said that, but today it felt different, rehearsed, predestined. I sat at my desk, opened my laptop, and found myself staring at yesterday's work. All of it. Every spreadsheet, every email, exactly as it had been. That's when the first real chill ran down my spine. I distinctly remembered completing 3 major reports the day before, yet here they were, unfinished. My sent folder showed no trace of the emails I'd written. The calendar meeting notifications I'd cleared were back, blinking insistently. I called Sarah. "Hey, what's up?" She answered exactly as she always did. "Sarah, this is going to sound crazy, but is today Tuesday?" "Yeah, March 12th. Don't forget Mom's birthday dinner tonight." The exact same words from her text. I hung up, hands shaking. Throughout the day, everything played out as a perfect replica of the previous day. Tom's coffee spill at 10:43 a.m. Janet from accounting's announcement about her daughter's acceptance to Yale at lunch. The fire alarm test at 2:15 p.m. Even the pattern of clouds outside my office window seemed familiar. That night at Mom's birthday dinner, I tried to warn them. "Something's wrong with time," I said, as Mom cut into her chocolate cake, the same cake I remembered her cutting into yesterday. "Everything's repeating." They laughed it off. Sarah patted my hand and said I was working too hard. Mom reminded me I'd always had an overactive imagination, just like when you were little. Dad didn't say anything, just gave me that concerned look he reserves for when he thinks I'm about to have one of my episodes, like during my breakdown in college. I went to bed that night praying I was wrong, that I was just having some sort of psychological fugue state. But when I woke up, it was Tuesday again. March 12th, the red Volkswagen, the Cardinal, Tom's another day in paradise. But something was different this time. Something was missing. It took me until Mom's birthday dinner to realize what it was. Janet from accounting. Not only was she not there to announce her daughter's Yale acceptance, no one remembered her ever existing. Her desk was occupied by someone else, her family photos replaced by generic office art. When I mentioned her name, my colleagues looked at me with blank expressions. That's when true terror set in. This wasn't just a time loop, it was an erasure of reality itself. The next Tuesday, Tom disappeared. Then Sarah's husband, Mike. then the barista at my local coffee shop. With each reset, another person vanished from existence, leaving behind nothing but void spaces in photos and blank spots in memories. The world kept readjusting itself around these absences, like a wound healing over with scar tissue. I started keeping track in a notebook, writing down names, relationships, details about each person before they disappeared. But even that proved futile. The notebook reset with each loop, my frantic scribblings erased along with everything else. By the 10th loop, entire families had vanished. The Hendersons next door? Gone. The Chen family from my gym? Erased. My best friend from high school and his entire lineage? Never existed. The world grew quieter, emptier, yet nobody seemed to notice except me. I tried everything to break the cycle. I drove out of town, only to wake up in my bed on Tuesday morning. I tried staying awake for the entire 24 hours, only to blink and find myself back at the start. I even attempted darker solutions, but death itself proved temporary in this eternal Tuesday. The most maddening part was watching the world reconstruct itself around each absence. When my neighbor disappeared, his house transformed into a park that had always been there. When my first girlfriend vanished, my high school yearbook showed no trace of her, and all my friends had different memories of who I'd dated. Reality was like a self-healing membrane, closing over its wounds and leaving no scars. Only I remembered the truth, and with each loop, that truth became harder to bear. Sarah was the first of my family to go. One Tuesday, I called her number and got a message saying it had been disconnected. Mom and Dad had only one child now, had always had only one child. The family photos in their house showed just me. The spaces where Sarah had been filled with wallpaper or furniture or nothing at all. I screamed at them to remember her, showed them old emails that still existed in my phone from previous loops. But they looked at me with that same concern they'd shown when I had my breakdown in college. Dad suggested I see Dr. Matthews again, but Dr. Matthews had disappeared 3 loops ago. Mom went next. The birthday dinner became a quiet affair with just me and Dad, who couldn't understand why I was so insistent on chocolate cake when he'd always been allergic to chocolate. The wedding ring on his finger vanished along with her, replaced by the smooth skin of someone who had never married. Then Dad. The house I grew up in became an empty lot that had never been developed. My childhood memories began to feel like dreams, insubstantial and fading. The world grew smaller, emptier, lonelier. But it wasn't just people disappearing. It was all evidence of humanity itself. Buildings began to vanish, replaced by empty fields that had always been there. Roads turned to dirt paths that turned to wilderness. The red Volkswagen that had first caught my attention became a horse-drawn carriage, then a lone deer crossing the street, then nothing at all. Technology started to regress. My smartphone became a flip phone, then a landline, then disappeared entirely. The internet ceased to exist, then electricity, then the Industrial Revolution itself. Each loop stripped away another layer of human progress, another piece of our collective history. I watched as the world unknit itself, person by person, invention by invention, memory by memory. The universe was cleaning house, and humanity was the stain it was trying to remove. In recent loops, I've started to notice something even more disturbing. When I look in mirrors, my reflection seems less substantial, as if I'm beginning to fade. My fingerprints are becoming smoother, my footprints in the mud shallower. Sometimes when I speak, my voice sounds distant, like it's coming from somewhere else. I know what this means. I can feel it in the growing hollowness of my bones, in the way light seems to pass through me in certain angles. Soon, very soon, I will be the last one to disappear. But here's the true horror, the revelation that keeps me awake during these endless Tuesdays. I don't think I'm trapped in a time loop at all. I think time is operating exactly as it should. This is entropy on a cosmic scale, the universe's immune system identifying and eliminating a viral infection called humanity. We were never meant to exist. We're a mistake, a glitch in the matrix of reality, and now that glitch is being corrected. The loop isn't a malfunction, it's a quarantine procedure, isolating the infection before systematically erasing it from existence. And I'm not the protagonist of this story, I'm patient zero. Somehow I became aware of the correction process, and that awareness has made me the focal point of the universe's autoimmune response. Through me, it will undo everything we ever were or could have been. As I write this, I'm sitting in what used to be my living room. The walls disappeared 3 loops ago, along with the concept of architecture. The ground beneath me is losing its solidity, becoming conceptual rather than physical. The sky above is less a thing than an idea of a thing. The cardinal with the white-patched wings just landed nearby. It's the only other thing that seems to maintain consistency between loops. But I understand now that it's not really a bird at all. It's watching me, studying me, measuring the progress of humanity's elimination. I can feel the next loop approaching. The air is getting thin, reality stretching like plastic wrap about to tear. Soon I'll wake up to another Tuesday, another version of the world with fewer people, fewer things, fewer memories. But this time feels different. My hands are becoming transparent as I write these words, my thoughts growing distant and strange. I think this might be the last loop, the final Tuesday. I should be terrified, but instead, I feel an odd sense of peace. Perhaps this was inevitable, the universe's way of hitting Ctrl+Z on a cosmic mistake. Or perhaps... Wait. The cardinal's looking at me again, tilting its head just like it did that first Tuesday. But this time I see something in its eyes, not the blank animal stare I remembered, but something ancient and vast and almost apologetic. And suddenly, I understand. This isn't an erasure at all. It's a reset. The universe isn't eliminating humanity. It's rewinding us, taking us back to a crucial moment, an essential crossroads. With each loop, it's not just removing people, it's removing the consequences of choices, the weight of decisions that led us down this path. Every person who disappears isn't being erased. They're being saved, preserved, reset to some point before whatever it is we did that broke reality itself. We're not being deleted, we're being restored to factory settings. The cardinal spreads its wings, and I notice something I never saw before. The white patches aren't random. They form a pattern, a sequence, a code. The same code I've been seeing everywhere but couldn't recognize. In the license plate of the red Volkswagen, in the arrangement of clouds, in the very fabric of these repeating days. My body is almost gone now, my consciousness spreading thin across what remains of time and space. But as I fade, I finally understand my role. I'm not patient zero. I'm the backup copy. The one who had to remember everything so that when reality resets completely, when we all return to that crucial moment, some part of me will know what to change, what to do differently. The cardinal takes flight, and as the world dissolves around me, I see what's written in its wings, the message that's been there all along. See you next loop. And then, And then, it's Tuesday morning, March 12th. A red Volkswagen Beetle passes by my house. But this time I know exactly what I need to do. After all, that's why they chose me to remember, isn't it? The midnight rounds. The first time I saw him was during the graveyard shift at St. Margaret's Hospital. I'd been working there for 6 years, long enough to know every doctor, nurse, and orderly by name. Long enough to recognize the unique footsteps of my colleagues echoing through the sterile hallways at 3 a.m. Long enough to know that what I witnessed that night shouldn't have been possible. I was doing my regular rounds in the terminal ward, checking on Mrs. Henderson in room 412. She had stage 4 pancreatic cancer and wasn't expected to make it through the week. As I approached her room, I heard her speaking to someone. Strange, given it was well past midnight and visitors weren't allowed at this hour. "Yes, doctor," her weak voice carried through the partially open door. "I understand. Thank you for explaining everything." I quickened my pace, wondering which doctor had broken protocol by visiting so late. As I reached for the door handle, a tall figure in a black coat stepped out. He carried an old-fashioned leather medical bag, the kind you'd see in photographs from the 1900s. Our eyes met for a brief moment, or rather, they would have, if I could see any eyes beneath the shadow of his wide-brimmed hat. He nodded politely and walked past me, his footsteps completely silent on the linoleum floor. The air grew cold as he passed, and for a moment, I caught a whiff of something strange. Formaldehyde mixed with dried roses and decay. I rushed into Mrs. Henderson's room expecting to find her distressed by the unauthorized visitor. Instead, she looked more peaceful than I'd seen her in weeks. A small smile played on her lips as she stared out the window at the full moon. "Mrs. Henderson? Are you all right? Who was that doctor?" She turned to me, her eyes clearer than they'd been in days. "Oh, Sarah. He was so kind, explaining everything that's going to happen. I'm not scared anymore." "Which doctor was it?" I pressed, although a creeping suspicion told me I didn't want to know the answer. He didn't say his name, but he knew everything about my condition, even things I hadn't told anyone. She paused, her smile widening slightly. "He showed me what's waiting on the other side. It's beautiful, Sarah. So beautiful." Mrs. Henderson died at exactly midnight the next night. I told myself it was just a coincidence, that the mysterious doctor was probably a specialist I hadn't met before, making a late-night exception for a terminal patient. I almost convinced myself to believe it too, until it happened again, and again, and again. Always the same figure in the black coat, always the same leather bag, always visiting patients exactly 24 hours before their death, never appearing on any security cameras, never signing any charts, never leaving any trace of his presence except for that lingering smell of formaldehyde and roses. I started keeping track after the third incident. In 6 months, I documented 47 visits, 47 deaths, all precisely at midnight the following day. Some were expected, terminal patients like Mrs. Henderson. Others were seemingly stable patients who suffered sudden complications, but the pattern never varied. I tried telling my supervisor, but she dismissed my concerns. I showed her my documentation, the impossibly precise timing of deaths following these visits. She suggested I was overworked and recommended I take some time off. I couldn't let it go. I started volunteering for extra night shifts, determined to confront this mysterious figure. I installed a small personal camera in my uniform button, hoping to capture evidence. I took detailed notes of every encounter, every patient conversation, searching for some pattern beyond the obvious connection to death. That's how I noticed something even stranger. The patients who received these visits never died alone. No matter how unexpected their death, no matter what time of night, someone was always with them in their final moments. Usually a loved one who had a sudden urge to visit, or a nurse who felt inexplicably drawn to check on them at just the right time. It was during one of these documentation sessions that I met Dr. Marcus Chen, a new resident who actually listened to my story. Instead of suggesting I seek psychiatric help, he offered to help me investigate. Together we dug through historical records of the hospital, looking for any mention of a doctor matching our mysterious visitor's description. We found something in the hospital's founding documents from 1887. A photograph of the original medical staff showed a tall figure standing slightly apart from the group. He wore a black coat and carried that same distinctive leather bag. The photograph was faded, but the man's face was eerily obscured, as if the photographic plate had been damaged precisely where his features should have been. The caption listed him as Dr. Jonathan Thaddeus Blake, head of palliative care. Further research revealed that Dr. Blake had been known for his unprecedented success in easing the suffering of terminal patients. According to hospital records, none of his patients died alone, and all reported peaceful, painless deaths. Dr. Blake himself had vanished without a trace in 1888, after a devastating hospital fire claimed 27 lives. His body was never found. The only item recovered from his office was his leather medical bag, untouched by the flames. But when the bag was opened, it was completely empty. I thought this discovery would help me make sense of what was happening. Instead, it only raised more questions. Was I seeing a ghost? Some kind of immortal being? Or was I slowly losing my grip on reality? The answer came on a quiet Tuesday night, exactly 6 months after I began my investigation. I was checking on Mr. Rodriguez in room 415 when I heard the now familiar sound of silence, that peculiar absence of sound that preceded the mysterious doctor's appearances. I turned, and there he stood in the doorway, leather bag in hand. But this time was different. This time, he spoke. Nurse Sarah Collins. His voice was deep and gentle, carrying none of the hollow eeriness I'd expected from a supernatural being. We need to discuss your interest in my work. I stood my ground, though every instinct screamed at me to run. Who are you? What are you? He set his bag down and removed his hat. The face beneath was surprisingly human, elderly but distinguished, with kind eyes that held unfathomable depths of compassion and sorrow. I've had many names throughout the centuries, he said, but you know me as Dr. Blake. I've been watching you, Sarah. Your dedication to your patients, your determination to understand what's happening here. It reminds me of myself long ago. Are you death? He smiled softly. No. Think of me more as a guide, a translator between worlds. I help ease the transition, ensure no one faces the ultimate journey alone. It's a calling I chose, just as you chose nursing. But why show yourself to me? Because it's time for someone else to carry on this work. The world needs more guides, Sarah. The position is unusual, but the benefits are eternal. He opened his bag, which seemed to contain nothing but endless darkness. Would you like to learn? I should have been terrified. I should have run away. Instead, I found myself stepping forward, drawn by a deep sense of rightness. All those nights watching patients suffer, wanting to do more to help them through their final moments. Perhaps this was the answer I'd been searching for all along. What would I have to do? His smile widened. "Simply take my bag. The knowledge comes with it. But understand, Sarah, this is not a decision to make lightly. The role demands complete dedication. You'll walk between worlds, never fully belonging to either. You'll witness countless deaths, but you'll ensure none of them are truly alone." I reached for the bag, my hand trembling. "Will I die?" "In a manner of speaking. The person you are now will cease to exist, but what you'll become is far more meaningful." As my fingers touched the worn leather handle, memories flooded my mind, thousands of deaths throughout history, all guided by the figure before me. I saw the true nature of his work, not just ensuring peaceful deaths, but maintaining the delicate balance between life and death itself. I understood then why he'd chosen me. My obsession with documenting his appearances hadn't been about proving his existence. It had been about proving to myself that death could be gentle, meaningful, even beautiful in its own way. I gripped the bag firmly and felt a profound transformation begin. My flesh became shadow, my bones became mist, and my soul expanded to encompass both the world of the living and whatever lay beyond. The last thing I saw as Sarah Collins was Dr. Blake's form dissolving into peaceful nothingness, his centuries of service finally complete. That was 3 years ago. Now I walk the halls of St. Margaret's Hospital every night, visiting those whose time draws near. I show them the peace that awaits, ensure they don't face their final moments alone, and help maintain the balance between worlds. Sometimes I catch newer nurses watching me with suspicious eyes, documenting my appearances just as I once did. I know that someday, one of them will be ready to take my place, just as I took Dr. Blake's. The cycle will continue, as it has for centuries. But there's something I haven't mentioned yet, something that still haunts me, even in my current form. Remember how I said Dr. Blake chose me because of my dedication to understanding death? That wasn't entirely true. You see, I've now inherited all of his memories, including the truth about how guides are chosen. We don't pick people who study death. We pick people who are marked for it. The night Dr. Blake first appeared to me, he wasn't there for any patient. He was there for me. I had a brain aneurysm, set to rupture at midnight the following day. I would have died alone in my apartment, undiscovered for days. Instead, he offered me a choice: accept my fate and pass on, or take up his mantle and use my borrowed time to help others through their final moments. I chose the latter, and in doing so became something both more and less than human. But here's the real twist, the part that truly terrifies me even now. Every person who takes this role is simply postponing their own death. We're all living on borrowed time, maintaining the balance by trading our services for a continuation of our existence. And someday, when I find my own replacement, someone else marked for death who has the right combination of compassion and curiosity, I'll finally have to face what I've been helping others navigate all these years. I wonder if I'll be as peaceful as my patients when that moment comes. I wonder if my replacement will show me the same gentle understanding I show others. I wonder if... Oh, I feel a pulling sensation. Someone needs me. Room 412, a new patient. Their time comes at midnight tomorrow. As I walk down the familiar hallway, leather bag in hand, I catch my reflection in a window. For a moment I see myself as others must see me, a tall figure in a black coat, face obscured by shadow, bringing with me the scent of formaldehyde and dried roses. I straighten my hat and enter the room. The patient looks up, frightened at first, but I know how to ease their fears. I've done this hundreds of times now. Good evening, I say softly, setting my bag down. We have much to discuss about your journey. After all, everyone deserves to understand what awaits them on the other side, even if some of us have to wait centuries to find out for ourselves. The traffic stop. Officer David James had worked the graveyard shift along Route 43 for nearly 7 years. The stretch of highway cutting through dense pine forest was notorious for drunk drivers, especially after midnight. But in all his years of service, he'd never encountered anything quite like what happened on that moonless October night. The first peculiarity was the silence. Usually the night hummed with crickets and the occasional hoot of a barred owl. But as James's cruiser idled at the turnout near mile marker 217, an unnatural stillness pressed against his eardrums. Even the wind seemed to have abandoned the pines. His radar gun registered a black sedan doing 62 in a 55. As the car passed, James noticed the passenger side taillight was out. A routine stop, the kind he'd done thousands of times before. He flicked on his lights and pulled out behind the vehicle. The sedan took longer than usual to respond, continuing for almost half a mile before finally pulling onto the shoulder. James approached with his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, noting how the black paint seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. The windows were tinted, but within legal limits. "License and registration," James said, keeping his voice steady despite an inexplicable urge to turn and run. The driver's window descended with painful slowness, releasing a blast of cold air that made James's eyes water. The interior smelled of wet earth and something else, something chemical and medicinal, that reminded him of his father's last days in the hospital. The driver was a middle-aged man in a charcoal suit. His skin had an odd, waxy quality under the flashlight beam, but his license photo was a perfect match. James Sullivan, 47, organ donor. Everything appeared to be in order, yet James's patrol-honed instincts screamed that something was terribly wrong. "Do you know why I pulled you over tonight, Mr. Sullivan?" The man's head turned with mechanical precision. His smile revealed too many teeth. "No, officer. Is there a problem?" James's flashlight beam wavered. "Your passenger side taillight is out. I'll need to write you a fix-it ticket." "That's impossible," Sullivan replied, his smile unchanging. "I just had them checked last week." The conversation continued with the same surreal quality, everything technically correct but fundamentally wrong, like a photo negative of reality. James wrote the ticket with trembling hands, his pen leaving dark grooves in the paper. As he handed over the citation, Sullivan's fingers brushed against his. They were ice cold and slightly tacky, like leather left out in the rain. "Have a good night, Officer James," Sullivan said, though James hadn't given his name. James hurried back to his cruiser, fighting the urge to wipe his hand on his uniform. As he watched the sedan pull away, its functioning taillights blazed an impossible crimson in the darkness. Wait. Both taillights were working perfectly. James's radio crackled to life, making him jump. Dispatch wanted him to run the plates. Standard procedure. He called them in, his mouth dry. The response came back garbled at first, forcing the dispatcher to repeat herself. "Unit 417, be advised. That vehicle was reported totaled in 2014, impounded and scrapped following a fatal accident. The registered owner, James Sullivan, was declared dead at the scene." James's blood turned to ice water in his veins. He immediately hit his lights and sirens, accelerating after the sedan. But the highway ahead was empty in both directions. The black car had vanished. Back at the station, James's supervisor called him into his office. We need to talk about what happened tonight." "I know how it sounds," James began, but the sergeant held up a hand. "We pulled your dash cam footage." The older man's face was grave. "David, there was no car." James watched in horror as the video played on the sergeant's computer. It showed his cruiser pulling over on the empty highway. The camera captured him walking out into the darkness, standing still for 12 minutes while apparently speaking to thin air. His flashlight beam illuminated nothing but swirling mist and empty asphalt. That was 3 weeks ago. James hasn't returned to work since that night. He requested indefinite leave, citing personal reasons. But the truth is, he can't bring himself to drive that stretch of Route 43 again. Not after what he discovered during his obsessive research into the accident that claimed James Sullivan's life. The papers called it a tragic drunk driving incident. Sullivan had been heading home from a late meeting when his sedan veered off the road near mile marker 217. The car flipped several times before coming to rest against a stand of pines. Sullivan was partially ejected through the windshield. He remained conscious long enough to give a statement to the first officer on scene. The responding officer that night? A rookie named David James, working his very first graveyard shift. In his incident report, James wrote that Sullivan kept apologizing, saying he should have noticed his taillight was out. The report also noted that James had tried to comfort the dying man, promising to stay with him until the ambulance arrived. But James has no memory of that night. None at all. The first year of his service is a complete blank in his mind, as if something reached in and carefully excised those memories, leaving behind nothing but shadows and the lingering scent of wet earth. Last week, James finally worked up the courage to visit the accident site. The old skid marks have long since faded, and new saplings have begun to reclaim the small clearing where Sullivan's car came to rest. But as James stood there in the weak autumn sunlight, something caught his eye, a glint of metal half buried in the soil. He dug it up with trembling hands, a police badge, caked with dried mud and what might have been blood. The number was still legible despite years of exposure to the elements. It was his badge, the one he'd lost during his first year on the force, the one he'd had to replace but could never remember losing. James sits in his dark apartment now, staring at the badge and trying to piece together the truth. Every night, he dreams of standing on that empty highway, watching headlights approach through the mist. In the dreams, he's the one behind the wheel of a black sedan, and a young officer named David James is walking toward his window with a flashlight beam that illuminates nothing at all. He knows he should tell someone what he's discovered, should warn them about what happens on that stretch of Route 43 when the night grows too quiet and the darkness seems to pulse with its own heartbeat. But who would believe him? Besides, he's beginning to understand now, beginning to remember fragments of that lost year, like shards of a broken mirror slowly being pieced back together. He remembers the sound of tearing metal and breaking glass, remembers the taste of copper in his mouth and the feeling of cold asphalt against his cheek, remembers a kind young officer who held his hand and promised to stay, even as the ambulance sirens wailed in the distance and the world grew dim around the edges. Most of all, he remembers the guilt, the soul-crushing weight of it, because there was something else in his original incident report, something that's been eating away at his subconscious for 10 years, like a cancer. When Sullivan apologized for his tail light, James had assured him it was working fine, had even walked around to check, just to give the dying man some peace of mind. Both taillights were functioning perfectly that night, just like they were 3 weeks ago, when James pulled over a black sedan driven by a man with too many teeth and cold, tacky hands. James's phone buzzes, making him flinch. It's a text from an unknown number. "Time to collect, rookie." The message is time-stamped 10:17 p.m. Exactly when he'd first spotted the black sedan 3 weeks ago. Exactly when Sullivan's accident occurred 10 years ago. As he stares at his phone's screen, another text appears. "Your tail light's out." James's hands shake as he dials dispatch. The phone only emits a low, wet, gurgling sound, like someone drowning in mud. The smell of wet earth and antiseptic suddenly fills his apartment, and the temperature plummets. "No," James whispers, backing away from the window. Through the gap in his curtains, he can see the street below. A black sedan idles there, both taillights blazing an impossible crimson in the darkness. Its engine growls like something from the depths of hell. James runs for his bedroom, but his legs won't work right. Each step feels like moving through tar. He reaches for his service weapon, but his fingers pass right through it as if it's made of smoke. "You promised?" Sullivan's voice whispers from every corner of the room. "You promised you wouldn't let me drive alone." I was trying to comfort a dying man," James shouts into the darkness. "I didn't mean—" "But you promised," the voice interrupts, closer now. The smell of rot in hospital corridors grows overwhelming, and now it's time to pay. James tries to scream as invisible hands grasp his shoulders, their touch cold and tacky like old leather left in the rain. But no sound comes out. His body moves against his will, walking puppet-like toward the door. His old badge, still caked with mud from that fatal night, slides across the coffee table on its own and into his pocket. It feels impossibly heavy, like it's made of black holes and broken promises. "Please," James begs as his feet carry him down the stairs. "I have a family, a life. You can't—" "I had those too," Sullivan's voice hisses in his ear. "Before the crash, before you made your promise." The black sedan's passenger door swings open by itself. The interior smells of grave dirt and formaldehyde, and the man behind the wheel smiles with too many teeth, far too many, row upon rotting row disappearing down his throat like a shark's maw. "No, please," James struggles, but his body moves inexorably forward. His muscles respond only to Sullivan's will now. "Someone help me." "Nobody can hear you," Sullivan says, his leather-textured fingers drumming on the steering wheel. "Nobody could hear me that night either. Just you. Just the rookie who promised to stay." James's body slides into the passenger seat against his will, his old mud-stained badge burning cold in his pocket like a chunk of ice. "How long?" he manages to whisper. Sullivan's impossible smile widens. "Forever, partner. We have so many more traffic stops to make." The sedan pulls away from the curb, its taillights cutting bloody swaths through the darkness. Tomorrow, someone will find James's apartment empty, his service weapon and current badge still on the coffee table next to his phone. The screen will show a final, unsent text: "Help me." But tonight belongs to Route 43. Tonight belongs to the endless dark and the promises we make without understanding their cost, to the debts that come due when the crickets fall silent and the shadows grow teeth. Somewhere ahead, another young officer is starting their first graveyard shift. They're parked at mile marker 217, watching the empty highway and wondering why the night feels so strange, so hungry. Their radar gun will soon register a black sedan doing 62 in a 55, and they'll see two men in the front seat, one with too many teeth, and one whose eyes silently scream for help that will never come. because some promises bind us whether we want them to or not. Some nights never really end. They just keep repeating, like an endless loop of dashcam footage showing nothing but mist and darkness and the price we pay for the words we can never take back. Have a good night, officer. And remember, never make promises to the dying. They have nothing left to lose and eternity to collect.
The mirror room.
I should have known something was wrong the moment I stepped into my grandmother's house. The air felt different, heavier somehow, like it was pregnant with secrets that had gestated in the darkness during the decade the place stood empty. But grief has a way of dulling your senses, of making you dismiss the warning signals your primitive brain sends screaming through your synapses. The house had been in our family for generations, passing from mother to daughter in an unbroken chain, until it reached my grandmother, Eleanor Pierce. She was the one who broke tradition, skipping my mother entirely and leaving it to me in her will. Mom tried to hide her hurt, but I saw it in the tight lines around her mouth when the lawyer read the paperwork. She always did favor you, Diana, she'd said, her voice brittle as dead leaves. Ever since you were little. I didn't remember being particularly close to my grandmother. My childhood memories of her were sparse and strange, fragments of moments that didn't quite fit together. The smell of lavender and furniture polish. The way she'd watch me for hours as I played, her dark eyes intent behind her wire-rimmed glasses. How she'd insisted on brushing my hair exactly 100 strokes every night I stayed over, counting each one in a whisper. The house stood 3 stories tall, a Victorian monstrosity of steep gables and ornate woodwork, gone gray with age. The previous owners had covered every available wall space with mirrors, dozens of them, in frames of carved wood and tarnished gilt. My grandmother had kept them all, adding more of her own over the years, until the house became a maze of reflected light and shadow. I'd planned to sell it initially. The real estate market was hot, and a restored Victorian in this neighborhood would fetch enough to pay off my student loans with plenty left over for a down payment on a condo. But something made me hesitate. Maybe it was the way the house seemed to wake up when I walked through it that first day, like a cat opening one eye to watch an intruder. Or maybe it was the discovery of my grandmother's journals, stacked neatly in her desk drawer, their pages filled with her spidery handwriting and strange diagrams. So I moved in, telling myself it was temporary, just long enough to sort through her belongings and get the place ready for sale. The first few days were uneventful, filled with the mundane tasks of settling in. I cleaned, organized, called contractors about updating the ancient electrical system. If the mirrors sometimes caught my eye at odd moments, if I occasionally glimpsed movement in them when I was alone, I blamed it on stress and an overactive imagination. But then the lag started. I noticed it one morning as I was brushing my teeth. I dropped my hand and my reflection took a fraction of a second too long to follow. Just a tiny hesitation, barely perceptible, but once I'd seen it, I couldn't unsee it. It happened again while I was getting dressed, my reflection's movements slightly out of sync, like a video with mismatched audio. I started avoiding the mirrors, keeping my eyes down as I passed them. But in a house like this, that was nearly impossible. They were everywhere. Tall pier glasses in the hallways, elaborate vanities in every bedroom. Even small decorative mirrors worked into the wainscoting, and they all seemed to be watching me. The lag got worse. A second, then 2, then longer. Sometimes my reflection would continue moving after I'd stopped, its movements jerky and wrong, like a puppet being manipulated by an unskilled hand. I started covering the mirrors with sheets, but every morning I'd find them uncovered again, the fabric folded neatly on the floor. That's when I found the second set of journals, hidden behind a loose panel in the master bedroom. These were different from the ones in the desk. The handwriting was the same, but the content, my grandmother's elegant script filled page after page with ravings about the other side and the watchers in the glass. She wrote about experiments with mirrors, about creating doorways and passages, about things that could cross over if given the chance. The final entry was dated 3 days before her death. It's too late now. They're coming through. I see them in every reflection, my other selves, wearing my face like a mask that doesn't quite fit. They're hungry for this side, for the solidity of flesh and the warmth of blood. I should have listened to Mother's warnings about the mirrors, should have remembered why she made me promise never to hang them in pairs, never to create infinite reflections. The recursion gives them power, gives them paths to follow, and now they've found me. I hear them scratching at the glass at night, testing the boundaries. I'm sorry, Diana. I tried to protect you, to keep you away from this house and its secrets. But they chose you long ago, when you were small. I saw it in the way they watched you through the mirrors. They want your face, your youth. I'm leaving you the house because I have no choice. The mirrors won't let anyone else take possession. Just remember, don't look too long at your reflection. Don't trust what you see. And whatever you do, don't let them catch you watching when they step through. I should have left then. Should have run as far and as fast as I could. But something held me there. A combination of curiosity and compulsion that felt uncomfortably like addiction. I started spending hours studying my reflection, noting the subtle wrongness that crept in day by day. The way my smile didn't quite reach my eyes. The unnaturally fluid way my head would turn when I wasn't paying attention. The hungry look that crossed my face when I glanced away. Last night it finally happened. I was standing in front of the full-length mirror in my grandmother's bedroom, my bedroom now, when my reflection stopped moving. I held perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe, as it slowly turned its head to look directly at me. Its eyes were wrong, too dark and too deep, like wells that went down forever. It smiled, showing too many teeth. Then it took a step forward, pressing against the glass from the other side. I tried to run, but my muscles wouldn't respond, could only watch in horror as the surface of the mirror rippled like water, and my reflection reached through. Its hand was cold when it touched my face, its fingers leaving trails of numbness wherever they made contact. "Thank you for watching us for so long," it whispered in my voice, "for making us strong enough to cross over. We've been waiting centuries for someone like you, someone young and beautiful and so wonderfully alone." I felt a tugging sensation, like my skin was being slowly peeled away. Tried to scream, but no sound came out. The last thing I saw was my own face smiling at me as everything went dark. This morning my mother called. She was worried because I hadn't been answering my phone. I assured her I was fine, just busy settling into the house. She seemed relieved, but something in her voice was off. She asked if I was feeling all right, said I sounded different. I told her I had a slight cold, then made an excuse to hang up. The mirror in the hallway caught my eye as I lowered the phone. My reflection winked at me even though I hadn't moved. I should feel horrified, I suppose, should be fighting against this invasion of my body, this theft of my life. But the truth is, I'm fascinated. The world looks so different from this side of the glass. Everything is sharper, clearer, more real somehow. And I'm not alone anymore. I can see my other selves in every reflection, hundreds of versions of me stretching into infinity. They're teaching me things, showing me secrets about the house, about the mirrors, about the spaces in between. Sometimes I catch glimpses of the real Diana, trapped behind the glass. She pounds on the surface, her mouth open in a silent scream. But she's fading more each day, becoming transparent, becoming nothing. Soon, she'll be gone completely, and I'll have this life, this body, this world all to myself. Well, not quite to myself. There are so many mirrors in this house after all, so many reflections, so many doorways, and we're all so very, very hungry. The police report would later note several strange details about Diana Pierce's disappearance. How all the mirrors in her grandmother's house had shattered simultaneously on the night she was last seen. How they found her grandmother's journals, filled with increasingly paranoid ramblings about reflections and doppelgangers. How the only trace they ever found of Diana was a single bloody fingerprint on a fragment of mirror. A fingerprint that was hers, but reversed, like a reflection. The house stands empty now, its windows dark and shuttered. But sometimes, if you walk past at night, you might catch a glimpse of movement behind the boards, a flash of pale faces, of hungry eyes, of too wide smiles. And if you look too long, you might notice something else. How your own reflection seems to lag slightly behind your movements, how it watches you with an expression you've never worn, how it smiles when you turn away. Epilogue. 3 months later, Detective Sarah Chen stared at the crime scene photos spread across her desk, trying to make sense of the pattern. 3 disappearances in the past month, all within a 5-block radius of the old Pierce house. The victims had nothing in common except for one detail that kept appearing in witness statements. In the days before they vanished, each had complained about problems with mirrors, reflections that moved wrong, faces that weren't quite right. She picked up the most recent photo, a bathroom mirror from the last victim's house. The glass was shattered, but one fragment remained intact. Something about the angle of the photo caught her eye. She leaned closer, squinting at the reflected image. For a moment, she could have sworn she saw multiple faces looking back at her, all wearing her features, but twisted into expressions of malevolent glee. Then she blinked, and it was just her own tired face in the glossy surface of the photograph. She rubbed her eyes, telling herself it was just fatigue playing tricks on her mind. But as she gathered the photos to leave for the night, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with her reflection in her office window. Had her hand moved a fraction of a second too slowly? Had her head turned at an angle she hadn't intended? And why did her smile look so strange, so hungry, in the darkened glass? She reached for her phone to call for backup, but her reflection reached for something else entirely. The last thing Sarah Chen saw was her own face pressing through the window glass, wearing an expression of inhuman delight. The next morning, her partner would notice something odd about her behavior, about the way she moved as if her skin didn't quite fit. But by then it would be far too late. The mirrors were spreading their hunger, you see, and they had so many reflections left to fill. Author's note: if you're reading this, you might be tempted to dismiss it as fiction. That would be wise, safer. But the next time you catch your reflection moving strangely, or see a face in the mirror that's not quite yours, remember this story. Remember Diana Pierce and Sarah Chen and all the others whose names we'll never know. And whatever you do, Don't look too closely at your reflection. Don't study the way it moves, the expressions it wears when it thinks you're not watching. Don't give it time to notice your attention, your fascination, because the mirrors are always hungry, and they've been watching you for so very, very long, just waiting for you to look back. Has your husband been standing still? The woman at the door said her husband was inside my home. She was agitated and ran her fingers through her unwashed hair. You have the wrong address. It's just me, I said, then lied, and my boyfriend is here. No, please, just listen to me, she said, placing a hand on the door frame and leaning in toward me. I said I couldn't help her, said again she had the wrong address, then shut the door. But I could still hear her. I don't know what he'll do. Let me in, let me find him, she said, her muffled voice sharpening while her palm drummed on the door. He stands still. I froze in the entryway and waited full minutes after it sounded like she had left, in case her ear was pressed to the door. I didn't give much thought to her husband at first. There was something off about her, how she tried to talk so calmly, even though it was obvious she was coiled tight enough to snap. She kept floating on her toes, looking into my apartment behind me. But she also didn't seem outcast, or even neglected really. Her cashmere sweater and tapered pants told a different story. So I searched my apartment with the crowbar I kept under the sheets in the linen closet. No one was in the front rooms, with their windows facing the street. I had been there all day, so it was impossible for anyone to have broken in that way. Then I remembered the old dumbwaiter shaft. It was behind the kitchen door, shut behind a hinged metal slab. To keep noise from bleeding between apartments, it was no longer an open shaft, but a dusty compartment used as a pass-through for cables. I brought along my biggest chef knife from the drawer across from the refrigerator. The steel panel was painted the same color as the wall and had no handle or latch. Instead, there was a small jagged hole punched in one side with several drill bit plunges. I dug a screwdriver out of the junk drawer and tried to pry it open with a single jerk, so I could step back and hold out the blade in my other hand. Instead, it swung open with a painfully slow creak, and I dropped the knife, scaring myself even more when it clattered at my feet. Without thinking, I bent down to pick it up. Kneeling on the floor, I imagined a pale hand reaching out into my hair and skull. But when I stood up and looked inside, there was nothing there, just the dark. It was empty. When I left the kitchen and crossed by the front door again, I saw that the woman had shoved a piece of paper in my door, like a takeout menu. It was a torn envelope, like something pulled crumpled from the trash, and had written on it the words, "Listen, please." Then I heard her whisper from low down on the door, even below where I had kneeled to pull at the scrap of paper. The first time my husband was around the corner from our French doors, in the hollow where my desk meets the printer cabinet. He must have been there all morning. He was standing straight up, like a sunflower, but I didn't see him until I got up from the desk and bumped my ankle. When I looked up suddenly, he was there, staring at nothing. The second time, he was behind an all-glass display case in our entryway, pinched between a pane and the wall just inside the front door. The whispering stopped and I realized I was barely breathing. I was still kneeling and my knees were beginning to get sore. "Are you still there?" the whispered voice asked. I didn't answer. He's gotten really skinny and goes through tubes of high SPF sunscreen whenever he is called out to a site, so now he's white as an electric socket. He can suppress his presence and take away your intuitive sense that another person is nearby. He's practicing. He's getting better. He knows where your eyes land and the spaces they slide over. "Go away," I screamed, before retreating to the farthest corner of my apartment away from the front door. It took me a while to calm down, with some TV and all the lights on. I didn't pay attention to the show, but told myself that the woman at the door had a mental illness and a persecution complex, and she wanted to pull me into her delusion. I crept to the window and peered into the park across the street from my house. It was small and mostly mown, with a picnic pavilion and a swing set. But right across from me was a shock of forest, rising up curling and unwanted. The sun was still up, but low enough for this thicket to be dark in its own shadows. I looked for her there, expecting I don't know what. 2 red eyes? I didn't see her, and opened the blinds fully. A few families were playing volleyball down at the farthest end of the park, but it was otherwise empty. Then I caught the blue light off an e-cig. It was her, seated in a shadowed beach chair, with her legs stacked casually in front of her. I could barely see her face, but it looked as if she was staring into my windows. I debated whether to go out to confront her, but when I turned around, I saw her husband. I didn't scream. My throat snapped shut on my breath. Through the kitchen doorway across the room, I could see my dishwasher and him standing next to it, one leg against the fridge. He wasn't standing straight, but bent forward at a right angle, his back aligned with the marble countertop. One arm was held pinned against his thigh, the other down, then the wrist up, with fingers out in odd angles. His face pointed forward, aligned atop his body like a bullet on a shell casing, with his eyes aimed to one side of me and far away. He wore an expression of rapture on a pale face. His lips were glittering red. He didn't move or react and showed no signs of being detected. But I still expected those eyes to swivel and land on me. Didn't feel I could move or look away until it did. I forced myself to clap, then to wave my arms, but there was no reaction. "You," I said. "Sir," I added, "you need to leave." He didn't react, and it wasn't just as if he was ignoring me. There wasn't a tremor or breath. He stayed so still it was as if the whole world had frozen. I called 911, of course. The operator urged me to get out of the house as quickly as possible. I stayed on the line with the operator, but there was nothing left to say. My only way out was past him. Acid filled my stomach. There was no way I could cross that room. I considered tossing something at him, or attacking him, but there was nothing more dangerous than a TV remote nearby. The operator said something about officers on the way, and my phone slipped from my hand in my rush to bring it back to my ear. My eyes never dropped from the husband, who didn't flinch when my phone crunched on impact, then clattered across the floor and under the couch. I lowered myself to my hands and knees and considered crawling over and reaching under, until I realized it would put him out of sight. It was better to escape. Maybe I could crawl by him without touching him and he'll stay frozen. Or would he just grab me when I got close? I didn't have a choice. At the threshold between hardwood and tile, I looked down at my hands on the floor, and when I looked up, he was gone. But it was only for an instant, because suddenly I could see him again just in front of me. He hadn't moved. My eyes had let him go and struggled to find him again, like he wasn't where I had expected, or if I had somehow forgotten him. The arms holding me up shook so violently that I pitched forward, landing on the side of my face with a smack. I landed right at his feet, but didn't touch him. Pushing back on the heels of my hands, I rolled backwards and slammed into the cabinet behind me, hard enough that I heard the fiberboard crack inside the door. I could crawl by him now, but first watched him for any sign of movement. He was in a khaki t-shirt that didn't quite match the wood cabinetry or stand out from the white refrigerator at his back. nor were his dark pants much of a match for the brushed chrome of the dishwasher, though I could see he had a sliver of something shimmery silver, like a lanyard loop, hanging out from his pocket. I don't know how he could have disappeared from my sight, but he didn't seem to notice me. I strained to keep an eye on him over my shoulders as I crawled past, until I couldn't move slowly any longer. I scrambled to my feet, tumbling into a standing position, then into a headlong run, where I couldn't tell my heartbeats from the pounding of feet on the floor. After struggling with the lock, I finally squeezed through my front door and shut it behind me without looking back. The police came, searched my apartment, found no one. I tried to explain that he might still be there, that they just hadn't seen him. But they wouldn't come back in with me. They wouldn't search the park either. They were annoyed I wouldn't go back inside, but eventually left. I didn't have my phone and didn't know where to go, so I wandered out of my building in a daze. It was dark out now, but the night air felt good. I saw a car double parked, but didn't pay it any attention until the woman pushed open the passenger side door from the driver's seat and waved me over. I'd be embarrassed to describe the horrible things I said to her, but she was calm and composed. She knew how to handle her husband standing still, and was nothing like the woman who first confronted me on my doorstep. I don't want to give her real name, so I'll call her Flora. "I'll teach you to see him," was the first thing Flora told me once I was able to listen. I didn't want to see him or to go anywhere with this person, but I didn't know what else to do. She drove me far outside of the city until I could see stars over a sprawling suburbia. Somewhere nearer the highway, where duplex condos faded into industrial parks, she turned into a multi-acre construction site. It was all blonde dirt, scraped and marked by bulldozer treads. At the center was a cinder block frame that might one day grow into a big box store. She turned off her headlights, and suddenly the feeling I had ignored in favor of her serene understanding of my situation could no longer be ignored. I was struck dumb with fear, my sore muscles protesting at being called back to alert. Had I met a couple working together? But she kept talking reasonably, kept her instructions simple, and I found no moment to protest. Instead, I followed her, even let her take me by the hand and pull me in a circuitous path out into the center of the standing blocks. She laid out a picnic blanket and urged me to lay on my back next to her with a friendly pat. Inside, I was screaming. "We're in the middle of one of the dimmer meteor showers that doesn't get headlines," she said, "but we can see one every few minutes if we know how to look. Men who stand still," she told me, "can't be searched out like a bird among branches or a face in the crowd. That is a search for specificity. Even if you could live in a state of constant scrutiny, where every pixel of reality is examined, you would not often find these unmoving men. They slip into your scotoma and escape your attention because they are no longer objects to be found." "There was one," she said, pointing to a part of the sky. "Did you see that one?" I hadn't. "Because you are darting around looking for shooting stars," she said, "instead of looking at the surface of reality." Her husband had receded into the sky of our day-to-day existence, she said. When standing still, he wasn't an object to be found in space, but had shut down every part of himself to become permanent. She taught me to make my eyes flat and to search without an idea of what I wanted to see. "To see them, you can no longer want anything from the sky," she said. "You have to deaden yourself to know what surrounds you." I laughed when I saw the first shooting star and forgot about my terrible day. Then there was another and another. "Now please, please don't be afraid," she said, sitting up and placing her hand on my goose-pimpled forearm. I looked around with my meteor eyes. There were men standing in strange shapes, pressed against the cinder blocks, and standing in the mud at bent angles, and even across the street, holding themselves straight. "I see them everywhere now," she whispered. "There are so many of them standing still." I never wanted to write this down, but my therapist says I need to process what happened, that putting it into words might help make sense of it, help me accept that it was real. Though honestly, I still wish I could convince myself it wasn't. It started with my friend Marcus's confession. We were having our usual Friday night drinks at O'Malley's, that dive bar downtown where the neon beer signs barely cut through the perpetual haze of cigarette smoke that seems embedded in the walls. I remember everything about that night with this weird, sharp clarity. The way the ice clinked against his glass as his hand trembled. How his voice dropped to barely above a whisper when he finally told me. "I found something in the church basement," he said, staring into his whiskey. "Something that shouldn't be there." I should mention that Marcus was the maintenance guy at St. Augustine's, this ancient Gothic revival church that looms over the east side of town like something out of a Victorian ghost story. The place had been around since the 1800s, all weathered limestone and creeping ivy, with those towering spires that always seemed to scratch at the belly of the clouds. Marcus had worked there for almost a decade, knew every creaking floorboard and dusty corner. "What do you mean?" I asked, watching him drain his glass. His hands were shaking so bad he almost missed setting it back down on the sticky bar top. "Like what kind of something?" He wouldn't look at me, just kept staring straight ahead, his face gone this sickly shade of gray in the dim bar lighting. "I was doing the annual inspection of the confession boxes," he said, "checking for termites, rot, that kind of thing. But when I opened up the maintenance panel in the back of the north box, the one that's been out of order for years," he trailed off, rubbing at his face like he was trying to scrub away the memory. "There was wax," he continued finally. "All these little rivulets of it, dried in these weird patterns on the wood. At first I thought maybe it was just from old candles, you know. But then I noticed the holes." "Holes?" "Tiny ones. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all through the wood. Like something had been eating its way through. And when I shined my flashlight in deeper..." He grabbed my arm then, his fingers digging in so hard I could feel his nails through my sleeve. "It moved, Dave. Whatever was in there, it moved." I remember trying to laugh it off, even as something cold slithered down my spine. "Come on, man. Probably just rats or something. Old buildings like that." "It wasn't rats." His voice had gone flat, dead. "I know what rats look like. It was like a rope, but it was segmented, and there were so many legs, all of them moving at once, like a centipede," I supplied, immediately regretting it when he flinched so hard he knocked over his empty glass. "Bigger," he whispered, "so much bigger." And the sound it made, this weird scratching, clicking noise, like dozens of little mandibles working all at once. I slammed the panel shut so fast I almost broke it. But I could still hear it in there, moving around. And I think it heard me too. I tried to rationalize it, of course. Told him he was probably just stressed, maybe needed some sleep. But he wouldn't let it go. Kept insisting that something was wrong with that confession box, that the whole out of order sign had been there for a reason, that maybe someone else had found it too, and instead of dealing with it, they'd just tried to seal it away. "I have to go back," he said suddenly, standing up so fast his bar stool almost toppled. "I have to make sure it can't get out." "Whoa, hold on," I grabbed his arm. "You're in no shape to drive. Let me call you a cab." "No time," he muttered, already pulling away. "It's after midnight. Church'll be empty. Best time to check things out. Make sure everything's secure." I should have stopped him. Should have insisted on going with him, or called someone, or I don't know, something. Instead, I just watched him stumble out into the night, telling myself he'd sleep it off and laugh about it in the morning. That was the last time anyone saw Marcus alive. They found his body 3 days later, when the smell started seeping through the floorboards into the main sanctuary. He was inside the confession box, not the penitent's side where people would normally sit, but the priest's section, crammed into that tiny space like he'd been trying to reach something in the back. The official cause of death was listed as accidental asphyxiation, which I guess makes sense given how narrow that space was, but they never explained the weird waxy residue they found all over his clothes and skin, or the hundreds of tiny puncture wounds, each no bigger than a pinhead, that covered his body. I couldn't let it go. Maybe it was guilt, or maybe I just needed to prove to myself that Marcus hadn't been crazy. But a week after the funeral, I found myself picking the lock on St. Augustine's side door at 2 a.m., armed with nothing but a heavy-duty flashlight and a crowbar I'd borrowed from my garage. The church was different at night. During the day, it was all polished wood and filtered sunlight through stained glass. But in the darkness, it felt ancient, hungry. My footsteps echoed off the vaulted ceiling, despite my attempts to walk quietly, and the air had this thick, waxy smell that caught in the back of my throat, like old candles, but wrong somehow. Too sweet, with this underlying note of decay that made my stomach turn. The confession box looked innocent enough from the outside, just another piece of antique furniture, its dark wood gleaming dully in my flashlight beam. The out-of-order sign was still there, yellowed with age and curling at the corners. I tried the door to the priest's side, locked of course. But the maintenance panel Marcus had mentioned was just where he'd described it, hidden behind a decorative molding at the back. My hands were shaking so bad it took me 3 tries to work the crowbar into the seam. The wood creaked in protest as I pried, and then suddenly gave way with a sharp crack that seemed to echo through the entire church. I froze, heart pounding, but the silence that followed was absolute. The panel swung open with a whiff of that sickly sweet smell, so strong it made my eyes water. I had to swallow hard against the urge to gag as I shined my flashlight into the space beyond. The beam caught countless threads of dried wax, forming these intricate, almost organic-looking patterns across the wood. And the holes. God, the holes. They were everywhere, turning the solid wood into something that looked more like lacework. Some were fresh, the edges still pale and raw. Others were older, darkened with age, and other things I didn't want to think about. And then I saw the movement. It was subtle at first, just a suggestion of motion in the shadows at the back of the space. But as I watched, unable to look away, something began to emerge from one of the larger holes. Something long and segmented, its chitinous body reflecting my flashlight beam in a way that made it look almost crystalline, almost beautiful, in the same way a spider's web can be beautiful right before you realize you're caught in it. The legs came next. So many legs, each one tipped with something that looked unsettlingly like a tiny human finger. They moved in this horrible undulating wave as the thing pulled itself forward, and I could hear this dry, rustling sound that reminded me of old paper being crumpled, Or maybe that was just the sound of my own ragged breathing. I don't know how much of it I actually saw emerge before my nerve broke. Probably only a few segments, though it felt like feet. But what I remember most clearly was the moment it turned what I guess you'd call its head toward me. Because that's when I saw the face, or rather, faces. Dozens of them, tiny and distorted, pressed against the translucent surface of its carapace like fossils in amber. Some of them were moving. I think I screamed. I must have, because my throat was raw afterward. I remember dropping both the flashlight and the crowbar, remember stumbling backwards so fast I slammed into one of the pews. By the time I scrambled to my feet, I could hear that clicking, scratching sound Marcus had described, growing louder and faster, like something picking up speed. I ran. I ran until my lungs were burning and my legs felt like they were going to give out. Ran until I was halfway across town, before I finally collapsed in front of an all-night diner. The waitress must have thought I was having some kind of breakdown, the way I was shaking and crying and babbling about faces in the wax. Maybe I was. They found my flashlight the next morning, still lying on the floor in front of the confession box. The crowbar was gone. So was the maintenance panel, just smooth wood where it had been, like it had never existed at all. When I tried to tell the police what I'd seen, they just gave me this look. The same look people give me now when I try to explain why I can't go into churches anymore, why I flinch at the sight of candles, why I wake up screaming sometimes, convinced I can hear that dry, clicking sound coming from inside my walls. The confession box is still there, still marked out of order. Sometimes I drive by St. Augustine's late at night and I swear I can see a faint light flickering behind those windows, like candlelight. And sometimes, if I listen carefully, I think I can hear something that sounds almost like whispered prayers, almost like screaming. But the worst part, the part that keeps me up at night, that makes me question everything I think I know about reality, it's not the memory of what I saw in that church. It's not even the guilt about Marcus. It's the dreams I've been having lately. Dreams where I'm back in that confession box. But this time, I'm inside the walls, moving through tunnels of wax and wood, feeling my body stretch and segment, growing new appendages with every molt. Dreams where I'm not alone, where I can feel others moving with me, through me, becoming part of me. Their faces press against my skin from the inside. Their voices blend with mine in that endless chittering prayer. And sometimes in those dreams, I catch glimpses of my reflection in the polished wood. I see what I'm becoming, what we're all becoming, one confession at a time. And I understand why that box has been there so long, why it will always be there. Because some sins aren't meant to be forgiven. They're meant to be transformed. I said at the beginning that my therapist wanted me to write this down, to help process it. But that's not entirely true. I'm writing this as a warning. Because lately I've noticed more churches in town putting up out-of-order signs on their confession boxes. And sometimes, late at night, I think I can hear that familiar clicking sound coming from inside them, spreading, growing, waiting. So if you ever see one of those signs, walk away. Don't look too closely at the wood. Don't listen for the whispers. And whatever you do, don't confess, because something is waiting to hear your sins, something that hungers for guilt and shame and regret, something that wants to add your face to its collection, your voice to its endless prayer. And it's patient, so patient. After all, everyone has something to confess eventually. Don't let it be you. Don't let it